Very good morning to all the participants and the dignitaries who have joined to our virtual webinar on Career Development Center program. So, on behalf of UBKP family, I extend my warm welcome and very good morning to all of you. So, today on this auspicious occasion, we have 3 lectures from eminent faculty members. Our first lecture will be delivered by Dr. Aniruddha Gormon on development of soft and communication skill. Followed by, we have a lecture on corporate sector opportunities of agriculture graduates by Mr. Kishalay Biswas. Followed by another lecture by Dr. Abid Dey on winning strategy for national level test in higher education. So without much wasting time, I invite our organizing secretary, Professor Kaushik Pradhan, to welcome our dignitaries and participants and appraise the participant about the activities of Career Development Center of UBKP. Dr. Pradhan, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Chatterjee. And it is a great responsibility what had been bestowed upon me to inaugurate this auspicious occasion on this day, and also welcome the participants and others. So before going to that, respected our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, respected controller of our university, respected Dean Faculty of Agriculture, respected Dean Faculty of Horticulture, and other dignitaries and our fellow students who are present here. And today it's a day through which we are going to inaugurate the first, we can say, the ever first, uh, that career development centers activity. And it has been inaugurated through a webinar on career development center, a single window system for career development in agriculture higher education institute. So I heartily welcome each and everyone who present within this webinar. Stars are bright in night, but some of the stars are bright in daylight also. So like our Honorable Vice Chancellor said, so I heartily welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Swarup Kumar Chakraborty sir, to this one-day webinar. To I also heartily welcome our respected Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, respected Dean, Faculty of Horticulture, respected Dean, Faculty of Technology, respected Professor Chatterjee, and respected Dr. Bidhan Rai, so who present online and offline within this webinar. So it is, overwhelming to mention the name of the ICR NARM representative, who is also present along with us today. So I heartily welcome the representative from ICR NARM, Mr. Raghupati. So he is also along with us. I welcome all the coordinators and all the co-coordinators, without whose help this program cannot be possible to organize. So I heartily welcome to all the coordinators, co-coordinators, and mentors of this Career Development Center, who are also the faculty representative of that. I also heartily welcome Mr. Shubhajit Ghosh, the controller of our university, for his gracious presence along with us. Also, I would like to welcome Dr. Aniruddha Barman, who is one of our today's speakers, and he is from the BT College, Evening College and University, and he is also the associate professor in English in that college. So welcome you, sir. And I also welcome Mr. Kishalay Bishas, who is the international business head lead of Sumitomo Chemical Private Limited, who will be present very shortly during 1 p.m. To address the students for entire development of their career in corporate sector. And Dr. Avid De, who is from ICR IRI, and he will also develop our students to develop their winning strategies for national level test. So last but not the least, the media partners of this webinar, the YouTube live streaming channel, and other media personnel who are present online and offline. So I heartily welcome to all those persons who are present and associated with this webinar online and offline. So with this few words, I want to introduce the Career Development Center and its activity within this Uttar Bango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. So if I would not mention how it has been initiated through ICR NAM, it would be injustice to this Career Development Center. So I want to tell that story, the history of this Career Development Center. So during 2019, I was nominated by the then Dean Faculty of Agriculture to attend a training program on soft skill development for entrepreneurship at ICR NAM under this NAHEV 2A in ICR NAM. So under this NAHEV 2A, during that time, the coordinators of that program, Dr. N. Srinivas Rao, Dr. Alok Kumar, and Dr. Surya Rathore ma'am. So, and Dr. S.K. Shomshar. So they received some of the suggestions from the participants who were present there. And on the basis of that, so we placed a suggestion that we need placement in our university, because our university is in the remotest area of the state as well as in the national context. So for this reason, we need active involvement of some of the other institutes to place our students in different higher corporates and in other banking sector, and also in different higher educational institutes. So after considering this suggestion from our side, so that career development center has been initiated. So I am really thankful to Dr. S.K. Shom, the CPI of this NAHEP 2A from ICR NARM, and Dr. Alok Kumar sir, Dr. N. Srinivas Rao sir, and Dr. Surya Rathore ma'am. So we are really thankful to them that, and we are really privileged that we got this career development center within 64 universities. Among the 64 universities within this country, only 5 universities got that career development center, and we are one of them. So this is our journey, how we have started our career development center. And we have faced several challenges from 2020, but still uh, just with the help of our present administrations, we have already initiated the activities of this career development center. And with the help of each and everyone from every corners of this university, they have helped enough to organize this type of webinar. And I really want to mention the patronization of our chief patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Swarup Kumar Chakraborty. Each and every day, he had, have a phone call and interact regarding CDC. What is the, progress of CDC? How you are going to organize that, such and such things. So we are really thankful for that, sir. And also, whenever we think about CDC, that what is CDC and how it will work in near future within this university. So basically, CDC is one of the, that sister, we can say that sister establishment of an university, through which the all-around development in a holistic way can be organized for the development of the university students. So on the basis of that, we have framed several activities. So within that career development center, the 5 pillars were there. First one is the media coordination. Second one is the capacity building of the students for personality development. Third one, we can say that the alumni coordination, then placement coordination, and lastly, the entrepreneurship and innovation. So all this, we can say that CDC is an umbrella under which every sort of career development activities can be conducted for the development, holistic development, all-around development of the students under the agricultural higher educational institute like our university. So on that perspective, we have developed several series of webinars during this pandemic situation. And also after completion of this pandemic situation, we will organize offline training programs for our students regarding development of soft skill, communication skill, regarding development of, we can say that reasoning ability in case of appearing in different level of national test in agriculture, in other competitive examinations. And also we can call some of the experts who will give some input regarding development of entrepreneurship among the students. So all those activities will be covered. We also mentioned the painstaking effort given by each and every career development center members who are present here as faculty representative, as a chairperson, as the coordinators, as the co-coordinators. And we can say at last that according to SELI, our sweetest songs are those which are coming from our saddest heart. So I think today we are at that stage that we can sing the sweetest songs. So thank you and welcome each and everyone to this one day webinar. And in future, we will organize several series of webinars. And being the member secretary and HR officer of this career development center, I hope that will be fruitful, webinar, and it will come out with some of the suggestions which will act in case of developing the soft skill, personality, and all-around development of the agricultural students in our Uttar Bango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Professor Pradhan. Now, I'll invite our chief patron of today's program and Honorable Vice Chancellor of Uttar Bango Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Swarup Kumar Chakraborty, to grace the occasion. Sir, please.
Thank you. Dr. Kaushik Pradhan, Organizing Secretary of the CDC. And I think Professor Bidhan Roy has joined. This way. Bidhan Roy has joined. He is the chairman of the CDC committee. All the honorable members, all the dean of the faculties and other members, the staff and the scientists from ICR NOM, all the participants, all the staff, all the participants, particularly the students participants of the CDC. Friends, it is indeed an auspicious occasion for this university. Today, we are launching particularly this CDC, which is definitely, it should be an heartthrob of a university dealing with the professional subjects. We are professionals, you know, all the agriculture, horticulture, all the associated, 12, 13 disciplines are there, all have been recognized as professional career. For that, definitely, this career development center should be the heartthrob, particularly of the final years and the previous years, say third year and fourth year students. So I am really very pleased that it has been started. There were some hiccups, you know, nationally we are actually going through a very difficult time. So definitely there was some problems, but I think now I am very pleased that it has been started with total full enthusiasm, and future definitely it will come to the rescue and the help of the students. Kaushik was just talking about, definitely say, when you are in third year or fourth year, in the minds of students, it will come, what will be the next, where I should go from here. Usually in our mind, you think about these government departments, banking sector, sometimes some education, private as well as the public education sector, and some policy related organizations. But now this was actually trend, particularly in India. Of course, if you can leave some other, say, some Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, this environment has totally changed now. But even in West Bengal, in other states, the situation is changing very fast. Even now, people are telling you should not be job seeker, you should be job creator. So that this professional should learn that how to create job for himself as well as other people in the profession. So that environment has come in some states of India already. West Bengal also, situation is changing, particularly because there are some these farmers producers organization and farmer producer cooperatives coming up in a large way, and that is the actually future. What I see, I perceive for West Bengal, definitely there will be a aggregation strategy. Some of the say some processing companies, particularly Pepsi, in many places I actually used to mention they have started this aggregating strategy for production of processing worthy potato long back. Nearly, I think about 20-25 years back, they have started, and it's a very successful model running in West Bengal. In West Bengal, actually, it should be, because our farmers, 95% farmers, they have small and marginal farm holdings. So definitely, we have to do this type of FPOs. We should actually now, the students, instead of looking to these traditional systems or traditional opportunities, now lot of opportunities being created in, say, processing sector, in these this type of aggregation, FPOs and FPCs, then input delivery, export. People are coming up there now, because in most of the cases now India is overproducing. The situation has totally changed now. We are not at all deficit country. In many crops we are surplus. So now people are looking for export opportunity. If there is an export opportunity, definitely some technical knowledge in those fields will be necessary, and they will be engaging this type of our professional students of this subject. So this type of things people are now looking. We have to develop that. Actually, I have also heard, you probably, many of you have encountered that many of the meetings, whenever we invite a corporate, the first thing they say, you are, of course, you are giving bachelor degree and producing so many students, but they are not worth employable. Many of you, many forum, probably you have heard about it. Employability of our student is worst. So that has to be created. All these courses, whatever you are doing, say BSc agriculture, horticulture, or say technology, fisheries, animal husbandry, we are touching important points, theoretical and the fundamental points of many subjects. But their employability has to be chiseled. That CDC should do that. Chiseling of those professionals as per the requirement of our sectors, different sectors of the country. So that I would request the CDC to look into it and make them, these our graduates, worthy of employment, not only by these only universities and all these banks and the government job, but they should be whatever is emerging now, the systems, this type of agricultural system which is emerging, they should be worthy, their quality. They are actually this capacity building, what you are talking about. The first, actually, Kaushik was just talking about, the CDC have been conceived in a very nice manner. There are, say, it's a hub, there are 5 scopes. So first one is the capacity building part. Capacity building, definitely we are doing some of the aspects we are covering already. All these 5 aspects, some bits and pieces we are doing in the university, but they have to be coordinated and has to be actually looked into as a system. So capacity building also, the first, I think the speaker, the first honorable speaker today will be talking about the soft skill development. That is the buzzword or keyword for that. Actually, soft skill development is highly necessary for any working in a corporate environment. They look for the communication skill, definitely, interpersonal relationship, human resource relationship, how you are tackling. So that many of our students will be lacking in there. They will be actually thinking, okay, I know the best of the subjects, I don't bother about other people. So, but in the corporate environment, it's totally opposite. You have to work in a team. You have to understand all the people. Actually, we are much more aware about the IQ, what we call intelligence quotient. But in other systems, in corporate world, they look for your social quotient, social activity, how much is there, as well as the emotional quotient. So those two has to be slightly nurtured in our CDC for this capacity building aspect. And I think rightly we have taken the first soft skill development today. So that's a very good step. And then there is media and corporate communication. That is the second hub of this CDC. So they are also definitely, we have to have actually after joining, you probably remember, I was giving you a lot of numbers. You make a mail to them and create and ask them to involve us in their mailing address. So that type of means communications, media communications and corporate communications you have to create there. Third part is the alumni coordination part. That's again a very big, very important aspect. Most of our students will learn much more from the alumni. Say, there is a natural feeling of a student. If he listens something, you will always feel proud. Okay, he is from UBKV. That's a big actually feeling automatically come from alumni. So definitely we have to create a alumni total database and look what they are doing, link our students with the alumni, and so they will learn much more from the alumni. Successful alumni, they will learn much more and in a very positive manner. And then of course this your placement coordination that you are looking into it. We are actually circulating all the whatever emails or WhatsApp we are getting. Wherever there is a advertisement or anything, we are I am also sending repeatedly to you to circulate to all the students. So that that activity also we have to amplify much more, this placement coordination. And the fourth one I think is your entrepreneurship and innovation. That also we are doing. I understand we have already means some of our alumni have already created some of their enterprise already, some tissue culture facility they have created. So this type of things, even KVKs are also they are also actually propagating that. So this entrepreneurship development and the innovation. Innovation students actually we have to definitely expose them how to innovate. Very small innovation, very small innovations. Sometimes it becomes very insignificant, but that will create a major impact. Many of the things actually, very small things, we are now actually importing from China, in particularly agricultural implements and very small innovative steps. But why we are not doing? So definitely our student has to be taught and directed towards that, so that they becomes innovative and create for the country. So that is the buzzword today. It is make in India, So I will not talk much about it, but you all have to create, all our students, my request would be, you have to contribute in this Make in India and look for job creator, not the job seeker. So thank you, particularly my student friends. Please, in this today, you listen to these three speakers, and then definitely if there is any queries, any questions in your mind, you can always contact our organizing secretary of the CDC or the chairman or any member. Definitely will help you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, after this inaugural program, we are moving to our technical program. So, in our first lecture, I am happy to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Aniruddha Burman. So, Dr. Burman is presently Associate Professor in English in the University BTN Evening College, Kuchbihar. So, Dr. Burman have a vast career. He has spent more than 30 years in teaching English in the BTN Evening College. So Dr. Burman has completed his MA English and then a PhD from Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. Okay. And after that, he has also completed postgraduate diploma in teaching English from prestigious EFL University. Dr. Burman is associated with teaching, research, administration, relationship management, and consultant work in English. And he has a large year experience in teaching secondary level teachers, students in English language teaching, as well as educational technology. Dr. Burman has worked as a resource person on English level teaching for the Oxford University Press as well as Pearson Group. He also worked on project funded by UGC and UNICEF on teaching methodologies. Apart from his teaching career, Dr. Burman is a good athlete. He represents our West Bengal states in table tennis and also university as a cricket player. So without much wasting time, on behalf of our UBKB family, I invite Dr. Aniruddha Burman to deliver his speech on development of soft and communication skill. Dr. Burman, please.
Thank you, Professor Ranjit Chatterjee. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Uttar Bongo Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Dr. Shopon Kumar Chakraborty. Professor Bidhan Roy, Chairperson of CDC Uttar Bongo Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. Organizing Secretary Professor Kaushik Pradhan, who has kindly contacted me for this program and he has been doing so for quite some time now. For the first time, of course, in a webinar this time. Who is also the HR Executive Officer and the Member Secretary of CDC UBKB. My co-resource persons out here, all the participants and all other deans and professors and whoever is today present online or offline for this program. Before I start, I'd like to request the host to kindly either make me the co-host or allow me to share the screen. Yes, I have got PPT to share as well as I'll be using the whiteboard at times maybe.
You can share, sir.
Yeah, it's
You can
there.
share. Yeah.
It's there.
Already we had given the permission. Yeah.
Yeah, it's there. I've got it. Good morning once again to everyone. Now, there is a small problem in giving a title to my topic today. Whether I call it communication and soft skills, because communication again falls under soft skills. Again, we'll be talking of soft skills. My other resource persons also will be talking of this. I think if you can say like soft skills for your future, or maybe soft skills for being successful in life or staying alive in the field. Now, this is extremely important. What we mean by soft skills. Once we are able to understand this, maybe a lot of other things can be solved. Now, before I go on to a definition, a regular definition, by soft skills, let's look at it from a different angle. I was once a NCC officer of a college, and I went to meet the new superintendent of police. I was not in my uniform, even in my civil dress. So I just gave a chit and asked to be allowed to meet the new SP. Now, no sooner I entered his room, the SP asked me a question. Do you teach English? I was rather confused because he didn't have enough opportunity to find out about my background, I understand. And he was asking whether I teach English or not. I said, yes. Then I asked him, like, how do you know this? Why do you think this way? He said, a person who teaches English, his bearing is different. A person teaching science, his bearing is different. A person teaching arts or other humanities subjects, his bearing is different. By bearing, what they mean is the attitude, the behavior, the way you talk, walk, everything. So see, what I wanted to say was, because all of us are looking for some employers, or we are thinking of employing others. So what does an employer, a probable or possible employer, is looking at? What does he want to know about the candidate? Now see, most of us have done our graduation or our post-graduation, is fine. But how much employable are we? That is important. We may have got very good marks, very high marks in our exams. We may have been very good students. But ultimately, when it comes to the job, the assignment given to us, how much are we going to deliver? What are the possibilities that we deliver more? Now let's look at this slide. Let's see, give me just a moment. I'll try and share my slide in a moment. Is my slide visible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you. So, as I said, it's kind of a soft skills and kind of a combination of different kinds of skills. Communication skills, social skills, your attitudes, social intelligence, emotional intelligence, which I'll be talking of later on. A lot of things. Now, how does an employer looks at you? How are you able to, go along with your colleagues, your superiors, your juniors, all the qualities? Now, let's look at a few of the soft skills initially. Communicative skills. The communicative skills I'll be dealing later on. Presentation skills. I've seen lot of students having very high marks, the so-called uniform academic career, fail to get good jobs. But others but may not have scored that high marks, they are able to get good jobs. Now, the presentation, when you are at the interview board, a lot of questions are asked. How are you able to present yourself? Now, you're supposed to submit a CV, a curriculum vitae. It's very clear, we are not talking of a biodata, because biodata is so many other physical qualities will be involved there. Those details we are not giving in a CV. So how do we write a CV so that it becomes very attractive? Maybe we've got so many things, so many qualifications, but in short, how am I able to capture the imagination of the employer? That is very important. How I project myself, If I've got a PPT, suppose, if I'm able to use the PPT well, are we going to read from the PPT or are we going to discuss the points? Because if I think of reading from the PPT, most people wouldn't be interested because they can read it for themselves. They want you to discuss. They want to find out for themselves more things. So if you are able to talk to them, it becomes easier for them. If you're not going to talk to them, if you're going to read it out, then it becomes very boring. So what sort of projects you have got in mind? How can you present your projects? Do you have any models to present? How do you present yourself? What's your get up? How do you look like? Whatever dress, whatever clothes you may be wearing, that should be suited for that kind of work. So it may be a traditional dress, fine, but whether it fits the occasion or not, that is also important. The language, yes, we may not be very good at all languages, but it is whether we are able to communicate very well. We'll come to that separately. Now, the interpersonal skills. This we learn normally in schools and colleges. We've got our debates, we've got extempore speeches, we've got elocution contests, we've got group discussions, we've got seminars. All these help us, wait and watch and take turns while talking. Are we talking when we see, if you watch some of the TV interviews, most of these political interviews are more of quarreling. No one is listening to the others. People are ready to give their own version. But on the other hand, we will also find very good interviews in TV where people are ready to listen to others, people are ready to give their comments, as a very healthy debate goes on. So that interpersonal skills, what sort of skills do you have? Whether you're able to listen to others, because listening is a very good skill, very important skill, we'll again come back to that. And how justifiable we are. How we are able to justify our stand. I'm always guided by one play in English literature by Shakespeare called Julius Caesar, where a friend of Julius Caesar, when Julius Caesar is murdered, a friend of Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, gives a wonderful speech in Act 2, Scene 3. What happens is, before he could speak, before he was allowed to speak, very good orators had spoken before that, and they have given their logic behind killing Julius Caesar, and people used to love them. Now it's very difficult for Mark Antony to talk to the crowd because they are all against Caesar now, and he, as a friend of Caesar, he was fought Caesar. So the way he starts, he talks against Caesar initially, he talks for the murderers, but he is able to manipulate the crowd. He turns the crowd into a mob by the way he presents. when he shows the body of the dead king, how people are moved when he shows the scars, the injuries, how they're moved. It's a wonderful speech. It's something like this. When I say such and such is a very good person, Ram is a very good man. And I have to give some proof why I say this. So by way of giving a proof, I say, okay, yesterday I saw him, pelting stones at the window panes of people in the area. I saw him fighting with some people in the street. I saw him quarreling with others. I saw him shouting at his parents. But he's a good boy. Then what do you think I'm trying to say? I'm trying to prove that this Ram is actually a bad boy. But someone maybe is pointing a gun at my back and wants me to say that Ram is a good boy, so I have to use that sentence. But I'm actually proving something else. I'm proving otherwise. And to very make sure that Ram is actually a very, very bad boy. So that is what Mark Antony did. So these interpersonal skills are extremely important. You can really fight your way out. You can come out of the mud, even if you fall inside the mud. You really come out victorious in lot of programs and lot of situations. This has been very important for all of us all along. Now, when we read a book, we cannot memorize the whole book. So we take down some notes. And with the help of those notes, we make a note for ourselves. We use some shortening devices. We use some mathematical operators. And with the help of that, it becomes easy for us to remember and to understand what is said in that piece. And with the help of that, we make a note. So this note taking and note making is extremely important. So once the note is made, it is not the reproduction, total reproduction of what we read. It is only after comprehending what was written, I'm writing. So whenever we have to write a report, we have to shorten something and present it. We need to understand what note making or note taking on. Now, another thing what our employers will be looking at is, even we as organizers will be looking at, even we as employers would be looking at the candidates, are the thinking skills, how logically one is able to think and solve problems. You may be given a problem to solve. In different jobs, you'll be given some problems and you're supposed to solve them. So problem solving is extremely important. You should be ready with this. In any situation, even you are working in an industry or a factory or wherever, or in some organization, there could be some problems. How to solve these problems? That is very important. So before you join an organization, they will try and test your problem solving abilities. How logically you can go ahead and how in a refined way, how in a logical way you can think and solve these problems. And this comes along with the team spirit. Whether you're able to lead the team with you, that is very important. You are a leader, the leadership skills are involved here. I remember once went for services selection board for the army. So they give you a small problem, and you as a leader, you are supposed to solve it with the help of your colleagues. Now, how logically, how taking into confidence all your colleagues, your team members, you're able to lead the team. By looking at you, they should get some confidence. Yes, he's a leader. You're not a forced leader. You're a leader by choice. They've chosen you as a leader. So they are looking forward to you to be led by you. That is extremely important, that you are able to lead them. How well you are able to lead them. You have to understand the problems of your team. You understand the strengths and weaknesses of your team. What we say is a SWOT analysis. Strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. SWOT. How we can analyze with the help of SWOT. These are my weaknesses. These are my strengths. These are my opportunities. These are my threats. And if you can explain all this to your team members, it's easier for you to lead your team. You already know much more than them. You're already a leader. You've led many more men and women. But not by coercion, not by force, not by admonishing them. You are a captain in a team, in a cricket or a football team. And how you go according to the plan that has been discussed. How democratic you are. How ready you are to accept the opinions of the team members. How ready you are to accept your weaknesses. How ready you are to accept the strengths, that the knowledge of your members. That is extremely important. Then comes creative, critical thinking. Now, you should be able to think out of the box. Now, we have learned so many things in our colleges and universities or schools, maybe, or maybe elsewhere. Whether we are able to apply that, that is important. How important it is going to be to a society. So we have to look at it from a very critical angle also. That is important. Thinking out of the box. Our schools and colleges may not have given us this opportunity. They have given us the knowledge. Now we have to transform this knowledge into application. How we are able to apply and thinking new things, new ideas, which are going to fit into our local situations. What is possible in America may not be possible in India, but we may have a slightly different thing. So you have to think out of the box. This is another important thing. Whether we are prepared to keep on learning, or have we stopped learning after we left our college or university? That will decide our future. I've seen a lot of my friends have stopped learning after their masters or after their PhDs or after graduation. So if you stop learning, then you're dead. You're as good as dead. You have to keep on learning. There are a lot of places where you can learn from. Either you learn from the field itself, you can learn from the common people, you can learn from your colleagues. And formally, if you are thinking of learning, there are now lots of opportunities, massive open online courses, what we call MOOCs. There is a portal called Swayam, SWAYAM, swayam.gov.in, which is maintained by the Ministry of Human Resource Development. Totally free. Only if you need a certificate, you have to pay some money. You have to sit for an exam. Otherwise, you can just keep on learning. You can make your own courses also. If you think you know something more, if you know something different, you can give a course. You can teach that course also. And not only SWAYAM, there are lots of other possibilities, lots of other portals are there where you can learn lots of things. And now that because of this, there are two sides of everything. I look at it that way. This pandemic, we're going through a pandemic because of this COVID-19 situation. Schools, colleges, universities are closed. We cannot go to most places. Now we have started this online, lectures, online classes, online webinars. This is giving us a lot of other opportunities. Because we cannot go to a college or university, we cannot go to a library. Now, most libraries have opened up. The National Digital Library is open. You can go to lots of different places without, actually moving out from your home. And, excuse me, and learn a lot of things. So these libraries, online libraries, are open for you. So you can keep on learning. And that information you get, how do you utilize this information? When you are enriched, see, human beings are social beings. They're social animals. So we have a society. How we impart this knowledge to others, how this goes down to the common man. We are not sure. Entrepreneurship skills, you already know that I'm not going into it. But still, when you're trying to be an entrepreneur, see, most of us, we wait for a job. We're looking for a job. We want to get appointed somewhere. But how about starting a new entrepreneurship? How about starting a new business where instead of I being employed somewhere, I am able to employ others. I can help a lot of people instead of others helping me. See, during this pandemic, lots and lots of people have lost their jobs. A lot of opportunities have been lost. If you can start a very viable business, you will help lots of people. That is important. Then I get a job. I'm able to help others. And believe me, when you are earning money, there's nothing, something high, something low, something good, something bad. If you are being very honest, if you are organizing a business very systematically, there's nothing like it. Ultimately, whether you're successful or not, that is important. People will forget all other things. Well, there are some professional ethics are there. We have to be professional. See, by the using the word professional, most people what they mean is that we are commercial. See, I'm not saying that we should be commercial. We'll need money, yes, but by professional I mean, sorry, by being professional I mean that we give our best. We take money, but we give our best. That is important. That is professionalism. So we are having a high moral standard. Etiquette or manners. Now this is important. Empathy. What is empathy? Empathy is not sympathy. Empathy is when we are in the shoes of others. We're trying to feel the pinch. We're trying to feel how the other person feels. It's not sympathizing, it's empathy. We sympathize with a lot of people with a lot of problems, but do we actually feel their problems? We can empathize with them, then only we can go forward. We're looking at the team. In our team, there are lots of different people who have different kind of emotional intelligence. Just give me one moment. This emotional intelligence. What is this emotional intelligence? Emotional intelligence is you are able to control yourself. You are able to control your management, your self. You are able to manage yourself. So you're able to manage yourself, your impulsive feelings and behaviors. You're able to control them through your commitments, adapting to changing circumstances. Now, things keep on changing. Yesterday there was something, today there's something else. In early 2019, we never thought of this COVID. Even late 2019, we were not very sure, in India at least. Only after the lockdown started, we started thinking, and not to again everyone. So we would need to change, according to Stephen Hawking, the late scientist. Change is the ultimate thing. Change is the only constant in life. We have to accept this change. Unless we accept the change, we are lost. So there are lots of different things that happen. So we have to change ourselves. We have to manage our emotions in healthy ways. We have to take initiative to control things. So that self-management is extremely important in emotional intelligence. Self-awareness. Now we are recognizing our emotions, because these emotions, they affect our thoughts and behavior. You know your strengths and weaknesses and have self-confidence. If you are not sure of your emotions, if you are unable to control your emotion, then a lot of problems will be there. It affects our thoughts. We cannot think normally because we're angry. Something has happened. We're sad that something has happened. We're unable to think normally. It affects our behavior. Then social awareness. I was talking of empathy. You can understand the emotions, the needs and concerns of the other people. Pick up on emotional cues. You feel comfortable socially and recognize the power of dynamics in a group or organization. So if you're able to feel about your other members in society or in the team, that means you have empathy. Then you can go ahead. People will accept your leadership. And the fourth one is relationship management. You know how to develop and maintain good relationships. Communicate clearly. Inspire and influence others. Work well in a team and manage conflict. That you are able to influence, that is important. See, if you remember, in a very small way, we let us think of our teachers in the schools. We remember some of them, we do not remember most of them. Some of them have really influenced our lives. Even in society, some people have influenced our lives. When we went out to play some team game, some people really, inspired us. The captain of the team or the coach or the manager, they kept on patting our backs. Yes, you can do. Yes, you can do better. Yes, you have done so well. So such people have, able to lead us, inspire us, which we are missing. Because otherwise this emotional intelligence will affect our performance at work or in the place of learning. It might affect our physical health or the mental health. The high emotional intelligence can help us navigate the social complexities of a workplace, lead and motivate others, and excel in our lives, in our careers. When it comes to gauging important job candidates, many companies now they rate emotional intelligence as a very important technical ability. So they employ emotional quotient testing before hiring. We are not talking of intelligent quotient, we are not talking of IQ, we're talking of EQ, emotional intelligence. If we are unable to manage our emotions, we are probably not managing our stress either. This can lead to serious health problems. Uncontrolled stress can raise our blood pressure, it can suppress the immune system, it can increase the risk of heart attacks and strokes, it will contribute to infertility and speed up the aging process. We become very old very fast and have a lot of diseases. The first step to improving emotional intelligence is to learn how to manage stress. That is extremely important. You may have a fight with someone, you may have a quarrel with someone may have rebuked you, someone may have, manhandled you, but you should be able to control your stress. If you are unable to control, then we'll fall victim to so many other problems. Because uncontrolled emotions and stress can also impact our mental health and can make us vulnerable to anxiety and depression. And depression is a very, very terrible thing. A few years back, the World Health Organization declared 1 year as the year for depression. And people commit a lot of suicides. This year has been, considered as the year of suicide. So if we are unable to understand, get comfortable with, or manage our emotions, we'll also struggle to form strong relationships. This can in turn, can leave us feeling lonely, isolated, and further exacerbate any mental health problems. If there's already a problem, this can increase the problems. So there are so many things that are going to happen when we are talking of emotional intelligence. One more very important thing is positive thinking. Let us be positive in life. We cannot think of the negative sides in life. If we keep on thinking of negative things, then it will be very difficult for you to work. Because we do not like so many things in life. We may not get a good job. Even if you get a good job, you may not like your colleagues, you may not like the environment, you may not like so many other things, you may not like the pay. But that will again create problems for you. And another kind of emotional intelligence will happen, a mental problem will happen, mental health will be at stake. So let us be positive. Let's take the best out of the worst. Whatever is possible, we can take out of that. If we can take the best, then we can lead a good life. So there are a lot of other, cases of soft skills. We cannot deal with so many things because there will be a lot of other people coming up with a lot of other lists. Decision making, time management, networking is extremely important. All these things also will come into the soft skills. I'm not going to discuss all that at the moment. How do we get and use information? When we are working in a team, if you're thinking of lecturing, just like what is happening now, because your videos are off, I cannot see you, I do not know how you're reacting. So if you're reading simply, you can maybe learn 10% of what you've read. Maybe 20% of what we hear. 30% of what we see. That's why maybe this slide is there. 50% of what we see and hear. Up to that much we can do in an online program like this. But if we are thinking of a workshop, then we could have discussed, if you could come out with some of your solutions and opinions, then 70% you could have learned. And when you actually do it, you learn 90% of what we do. That is extremely important. This is not happening here now, because otherwise we have to rethink, replan this whole program, and we have to do it a slightly different way. In smaller groups, or maybe in breakout rooms, we could have put you. Another way of looking at it is, tell me, I will probably forget. Show me, I might remember. Involve me, and I will learn. And that is what actually I want to do. Communication skills. It's where I wanted to come to. There are 4 basic communication skills, or 4 skills of learning a language. First is listening. If we are unable to listen, we do not learn a language, we are unable to communicate ultimately. As a leader, as a member of the team, as an employer, as an employee, you should be able to listen. As an employer or as a team leader, you should listen to what your employees have to say. You should listen to what your team members have to say. Sorry. That is extremely important. Most of the cases, what we do is, before we listen properly, we are ready to speak out. And there starts the problem. When you are not listening to me and you want to speak, I am not happy. I'm not happy, so I may not give my best. So when I'm not listening to you, similarly, when you want to speak something, you want to say something, and naturally you have something to say also, then you cannot be happy. So this is a very important skill in communication. So listening with comprehension and speaking clearly. This is extremely important. That we are able to speak clearly. Now here what happens? We speak in our dialects. At times we do not understand each other's dialect very clearly. At times we do not understand, we do not speak in that language very well. We are not fluent. We do not know the language. But that should not hamper our communication. Everyone may not know English very well. Everyone may not know Bengali very well. But that is not the issue. Issue is we are able to communicate. See what happens when there is a break of communication. We'll come in details later on again. I remember I was the secretary of a school once, one primary school, long back. Now, a teacher had gone on deputation. In fact, she was just leaving. We allowed her to go on a training. And she met me on the way once. And excuse me, I'll be using Bengali for this. And she told me, আমার একটা আপত্তি আছে আমার একটা আপত্তি আছে Now I was confused. So why this aputti? She asked for leave, on duty leave. She was going on a training. We had allowed her. And what does she mean? Then much later, then I said, why aputti? He said, no. If you can take my sister in my place on deputation, I should be helped. I didn't know what she was trying to say. I said, yes. Why do you say aputti? I thought she should be requesting. Much later, I found out that aputti also means request in some of our dialects. So there would have been a communication failure. Initially there was. Much later I understood what the lady wanted to say. She wanted to request me. And she used the word aputti. In my dialect, aputti is not a request. I thought she was opposing something. She was unhappy with something. No, she was not unhappy. She was requesting reading. Reading with comprehension. Now see, reading these days have become very easy. A lot of people do not like reading from the books or those books printed books. We've got our e-books now. We've got these libraries open. We can read from our browsers. We've got something called Kindle. You can read from the Kindle. You can have thousands of books in your Kindle. You can read from your mobile phones, Android mobiles, or your laptops, or your tabs. So reading has become very easy. But we should be able to read with comprehension. We should be able to understand. For that, I had said earlier that we have to use the techniques of note taking and note making. That is extremely important. So if you're able to take notes, it becomes easier for us to understand what is written in that report or whatever article or a journal we're reading. So let's use a pencil and paper, or use, if you have a laptop, or if you have something, if you have got some device with which you can write in some word processor, that helps you. Straight away you can keep on making your presentation, PowerPoint presentation, so it becomes easier. The PPT is a very good form of note taking also. And then, of course, writing. This needs a lot of help. If we are able to write clearly, if people understand what you are writing, At times we become very formal. But there are places where we need to be a little informal also. What sort of writing skill we're using, which is formal or informal, depends on the situation. You know, there's a book, there's a dictionary called Oxford Advanced Learners Dictionary. If you are using the 8th or the 9th edition, there's an iWriter that will help you to write articles. The 9th edition also has an iSpeaker that will help you how to speak, how to pronounce. Even earlier ones would allow you to, help you to pronounce, where they comes with a CD. So with this CD, if you write, keep on writing, you can get a printout of what you have written and your article is ready. So you got a lot of devices these days with the help of which you can write well. A lot of consortiums are there in your libraries with the help of which we can find out data. We can find out information on the topic you are going to study. Now let me ask the question. If you are able to unmute yourself, how do you pronounce this word? Tortoise. Can anyone tell me? How do you pronounce this word? Tortoise. So this is
Tortoise.
pardon?
Tortoise.
Yes. Now, if you pronounce tortoise, the problem is a person whose mother tongue is English will not understand anything. An American or an Englishman or an Australian would not understand anything. So it is pronounced tortoise. Tortoise. Taughtus, something like that. Tortoise, as if he taught us English, he taught us agriculture, he taught us something. Economics, he taught us economics. Tortoise. So the problem is, who are you speaking with? If you're speaking with an Indian, if you pronounce tortoise, fine. But if you're speaking with an American, if you're speaking with an Englishman, if you're speaking with an Australian, whose mother tongue is English, will not understand what you're trying to say. So there is a story like an Indian went to Australia, and the first person he met asked him, "Have you come to die?" Now, the Indian said, "What is this? I've come to Australia to live." And he says, "Have you come to die?" He said, "Why should I come to die? I come here to live." He said, "No, no, have you come to die?" Meaning, what we would pronounce as is, "Have you come to die?" Have you come to die? So that's Australian English. So we should be able to understand, if we are visiting there, if we are going with our problems to some place, if we are going to present something, we should be able to understand what they mean by certain pronunciations, certain words, what we mean by something else. Another case is there, when a person went to Australia again, and he went to a travel agent, and the travel agent asked, "How many miles?" He said, "How do I know how many miles? You are the person who should tell me what is the distance from Adelaide to Melbourne. And how do you know how many miles? You know, how many miles and how many fee miles? How many miles and how many fee miles? So how many males and how many females? So this is how the Australians speak. So earlier when we used to listen to cricket commentary by the Australian commentators, they used to pronounce 180 for eight. This is how they speak. Now, similarly, when you go to London and you hear the word bison, and if you are thinking of this Gorumara or Jaldapara sanctuary, and if you are wondering how come you get a bison in London, and if you ask him like what's a bison, someone needs to keep the mic off. Someone's mic is on, I think. Yeah. So when you ask the person, what's a bison? And they'll tell you a bison is a place where you wash your face in. That's typical Cockney English. A bison is a place where you wash your face in. So typically what we would say is a basin is a place where you wash your face in. A bison is a place where you wash your face in. So that's typical Cockney, uneducated, so-called uneducated, informal speaker. And the story goes like this. An Englishman was making fun of an American, and he said, "Why do Americans pronounce schedule as schedule?" Because Americans pronounce schedule as schedule. So Americans are normally witty, we know. So what American said was, possibly because we never went to school. Because what he wanted to say was, if SCH is schedule, if SCH is sure, then in case of school, why do you again pronounce ka here? So we are correct. You guys are wrong. You Englishmen, you do not know your English well. So you are making mistakes. So these, just with a slight anecdote, I'll finish this part. Someone asked George Bernard Shaw to spell fish, to give the spelling of fish. And Bernard Shaw said G-H-O-T-I. Then the person asked, like, I asked you to spell fish, not goti. You spelled goti. You see, in the word rough, GH is pronounced with the sound f. So f. In the word women, the O is pronounced as E. Fi. And in the word nation, TI is pronounced as SH. So GHOTI. So that is fish. Now, this he was just making fun of the English. So whatever. So these problems do occur. So when we are not sure of how people understand a word, how people accept a sentence, is very difficult for us. So we should be able to understand how to present our things in a crowd where people understand what we are trying to say. On to communication again. So in order to communicate, let us be very clear, we have got a sender. Someone has to send a message, a sender or an encoder. If someone has some idea of telegrams, we used to send telegrams earlier. There used to be a Morse key. With the help of Morse key, Morse code, we used to send out telegrams. So we should encode the message with the help of the Morse key. So the sender has a medium and a message and a code. So code is the language. Suppose the message is a common message which we understand each other, and a medium, whether we are using the oral medium, as one speaking, someone is listening, but for a person who is hearing impaired, he may not understand. For a blind person, if I show him a picture, will not help. It's a medium which is commonly understood. And the other hand, there is a receiver or the decoder will decode the message. And there is a feedback. If the receiver understands this medium and the message and the code, then he is going to react. Now, there are times if you find that you are saying good things to a person, the person is reacting. That means the message was not received, or the medium was not correct, or the code was not correct. Maybe if you are rebuking someone and the other person starts laughing, so there is a problem in communication. So that we have to be very clear what medium, what message, or what code we're using to communicate to another person. I'll not bore you much. Few small things. So communication can be either verbal, non-verbal, or mediated. Verbal communication means either it is oral, we speak, or we write. Non-verbal, with gestures, postures, taste, touch, smell, this will be non-verbal communication. Mediated, with TVs or radios or computers, newspapers, etc., is mediated. We are using a medium. These few things we have to say about oral communication. You have to be clear, it has to be simple, it has to be accurate, and you have to be fluent in the language, and you have to continuously continue. There should not be any break in continuity. Written communication. It can be letters. Letters we know again can be formal and informal letters. Formal letters, informal letters are for your family and friends, and all others are formal letters. We've got reports, we have to write reports. Most of us, emails these days are very important. Chats, etc. We've got notice or memo, etc. We've got SMS. And this last thing maybe, mediated communication. We are using a medium. What is a temporal medium? From time. You are watching something in the TV or in the radio. It's time specific. You cannot listen to it later on unless you record it. You cannot read it before that. You can listen to it beforehand. mediated, is one is temporal, another is spatial. Spatial media is the newspapers or the books. You can go back and forth and you can read whichever page you want to. It's not restricted by time. Then there is a one-way communication. A person speaks through the radio or sings, and others listen. TV, you just watch the TV, someone is there who's speaking, others are listening or watching. If you're using a telephone or a mobile phone these days, cell phone, then there's a two-way communication. So these days, again, in radio or TV, there is a kind of two-way communication also. A person speaks, comes out, takes your phone call, gives you a phone number, you can call that person, and you can get your answers. So the two-way communication is very much there. There is mixing of the media. Some electronic journals you'll find, you'll get, you can read the newspapers in the TV itself, in the channel itself. Or in the newspaper, a link is given. So you just scan the QR code and you can watch the video. It's a mixing of media. Then we have the internet or the World Wide Web. Now, what is the difference between these two? The internet and www. The internet is something which we cannot see. It is behind, it is in the background. And the World Wide Web is something what we can see. So this is a very important tool for communication these days. Either through our laptops or desktops or tabs or mobile phones, we can communicate through this World Wide Web. Either through our Instagram or through our Facebook or whatever. You'll find a very strong, strong medium. LinkedIn is a professional, page. If you can join that, you'll get a lot of help from your people from the same profession. We can help each other worldwide. Slightly, it's really not like the Facebook. Facebook also, there are really good sites. So these are extremely important for our communication. So these we have. This is okay. Yeah, that brings me to the end of the slides and to my lecture also, because I really don't know whether how much you have been able to gather, because your video was off and there was no interaction from your side. Thank you so much. Thank you all of you for bearing with me for so long. If it helps you, I'm thankful. I really don't know. I'll get the feedback later on. Thank you everyone out there.
So many thanks to our speaker, Dr. Anuradha Burman, for his nice deliberation and thought-provoking ideas. So I hope that the entire lecture will enrich our participants, particularly our students community. Now I invite questions from our student side, if they have anything. Anyone want to interact with Dr. Burman? Please.
You can unmute yourself and then you can ask. or you can write in the chat box either.
আমি ছাত্রছাত্রীদের বলবো তোমরা স্যারের সঙ্গে ইন্টারঅ্যাক্ট করতে চাইলে নিজেকে আনমিউট করো। কোন ছাত্রছাত্রী তোমরা স্যারের সঙ্গে যদি ইন্টারঅ্যাক্ট করতে চাও, প্লিজ আনমিউট ইয়োরসেলফ। হয়তো আমরা এই মুহূর্তে আমরা সবার সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ করতে পারছি না। সো স্যারকে অনেক অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ, ডক্টর অনিরুদ্ধ বর্মন। থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার।
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. So now we are moving to our next lecture. Our next lecture will be on opportunities for agriculture and allied graduates in corporate sector. So our speaker is Mr. Kishalay Biswas. Hello, Mr. Kishalay Biswas.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Yeah,
Good morning,
very good,
sir.
very good. Yes. So thank you. Now I am very happy that Mr. Kishalay Biswas is with us. So we are going to start our next lecture. So let me introduce Mr. Kishalay Biswas. Mr. Biswas has completed his MSc in entomology from Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, and followed by he did his management degree from Indian Institute of Management, Kolkata. And his career start in Rallis India as a product development manager as well as marketing manager. He was posted in Kolkata. Later he shifted to Mumbai. Now he is associated with Sumitomo Chemicals based in Mumbai that work mostly with America, USA and Mexico, as well as Latin America. So Mr. Biswas have a vast experience in marketing as well as corporate sector. He is working for a long back. So without wasting much time, I invite Mr. Kishalay Biswas to start his speech. In the meantime, I also request our student, please, after the program complete, you interact with our speaker to enrich the student community as well as other participants. So I invite Mr. Kishalay Biswas. Please, sir.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kishalay Biswas. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Sharup Kumar Chakraborty, Honorable Vice Chancellor, UBKV. I would like to thank Professor Bidhan Roy, Professor Kaushik Pradhan, Professor P.K. Mondal, Professor D. Mukhopadhyay, Professor R. Chatterjee, Dr. Jyotirmoy Karpharma, Dr. Gopal Shukla, Dr. Victor Fani, Dr. Shamol Shahu, Dr. Bharati Chaudhuri, Dr. M.K. Devnath, Dr. Bimal Das, Dr. Shubhamoy Shikdar, and all other professors present here today, and my beloved students of ABKB. I'm very much glad to be here today. This is my sincere thanks to my friend, Professor Kaushik Pradhan, with whom actually we are batchmate. We studied together in BCKV. So he invited me to deliver some presentation today in front of the UBKV students. So I'm very much thankful to him. My today's presentation, that is basically I will inform some of the information with the agri graduates which are coming in the next time for to be an industry leader in future. So today mostly I will tell some worldwide information what is happening, and I'll give some idea and information about the corporate sector and how to enter inside the corporate sector. There are some tips. If I can do something for the agriculture graduates, I'll be very much thankful, because I have the legacy and obligation to deliver, to help agriculture graduates, agriculture master degree holder, so that they can build up some good career. So what I'll do now, I'll start sharing my screen so that I can do the presentation. The slide is visible.
Yes,
Anyone?
sir. Your
Okay.
slide is completely visible.
And okay, fine. So the opportunity of agri graduates, that is the topic that I am going to give you today. So this is an overall overview of the global crop acreage and production. See, today there are multiple of crops across the world. But why I am telling this information to the agriculture graduates, so that they should be aware about all the perspective in across the world. The awareness, the information is available, but we do not keep all the information all the time. But we have to be very much careful and aware about what is happening across the world, specifically on agriculture segment, so that when we will be pursuing for any career in industry or anywhere in interview, you will be understanding that perspective of the entire global scenario, you will be knowing, so that you will be completely confident enough. So this is not only the interview perspective, but I think today the entire globe is the entire world is working towards the food security. This is a very tremendous challenge that we have, and for that we must be aware about what is happening across the world. So I'll give you some snapshot so that you will be understanding what is happening across the world, and then how agriculture graduates can enter inside the in the industry which is directly connected to the global crop production. So here, if you find out that there are only few crops are, I am showing here just an idea. Is not that every crops is possible here. You will be getting all the information across for across the world through internet. So from this data, you will be understanding that wheat has the highest acreage in the world. Thereafter, maize. Maize means corn. Maize is altogether, but in the world, it is recognized as corn. Rice, 162 million hectare. Then soybean, then sunflower, oilseed rape and sunflower and all these things. And then lastly, cotton, 33 million hectare. So these are the 6-7 important, very important crops across the world where the agrochemical industry is focusing on those crops because the area is huge. Importance of these crops are huge. Therefore, the importance of crop protection is also very big. So that is the reason agrochemical industry's major focus to develop any new agrochemicals is on these crops only. So now these are the crops which we have to understand the everything of the crop. I mean, everything in the sense is not only the agronomic practices, but what are the issues, what are the problems, what are the economies, what are the trade, what is happening of these crops across the world, everything. Because these are the crops are actually important for all the agrochemical companies, big giants. Now, I'm coming to the rice specifically because of Indian perspective, Southeast Asian perspective. But if you see here, all those crops which I told here, all the acreage across the world with important countries are mentioned over here. So now coming to this point, that when the strategy maker of an agrochemical company, when they start doing the strategy for developing any new molecule or developing any new product, the first picture comes that how much is the acreage of that particular crop, and what is the problem, what is the issue, and what are the available solution, and what is going to happen in future, and what are the bigger countries, the countries where these crops are being grown. So this is the fundamental first step of the R&D, new product development. So if you see all these crops, maize, soybean, cotton, rice, rapeseed, sunflower, wheat, all the important countries are depicted here, their acreage, the percent change over last year. So what is happening, the acreage. I'm just giving you an example. See, in rice, in cotton, there is a huge change in cotton acreage in Australia. Over last year, there is an 80 to 83% negative. So all of a sudden, what happened? Why Australian farmer has came down in cotton cultivation? So this information, even in the USA also, if you see here, negative 11%. So in 4.9 million hectare, even after 11% of dip in the production, area of cultivation. So something bad happened. So then industry started understanding that what is happening, what are the problems, why the farmers are not happy for doing cultivation of cotton. And then they start thinking that what is the solution? Because nowadays, the product is not the product. The product is solution. Is not only the product. Whoever provide the solution to the farmer, those will be the gainer. Because nowadays the situation in agrochemical industry is completely changed. Is now moreover service to the farmer, service to the customer, and providing solution to them. Now coming to this rice, since India is a mainly rice growing country, so across the Southeast Asian countries, there are many countries which have huge area on rice. Basically, rice is considered as a Southeast Asian crop. So if you see here, the India is #1 in acreage of rice cultivation, which is having 44 million hectare of rice cultivation, followed by China, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Thailand, Vietnam, Philippines, Pakistan, Japan. So up to this, all these countries comes under Asian countries. Then Brazil, USA also have some very few cultivation of rice also there. Again, Sri Lanka, South Korea, Malaysia. So these are the Asian countries or across the Asian countries, rice is being grown. Now I'm coming to this, the global market size of agricultural inputs, because today my discussion I'll be giving you the overview that how agriculture graduates can have a better successful career in agrochemical industries, or otherwise, I mean, I can tell that agri input industries is not only agrochemicals or crop protection, is seed as well as fertilizer also. So the global market size of all the agri inputs which are required, which is crop protection, seed and fertilizer. So crop protection is around $61 billion, which is highly privatized across the world. This crop protection nowadays is highly innovation oriented and research based. There are multiple of chemical research is happening across the world, done by many of the multinational companies, as well as there are other things which is called reverse engineering. That means once a molecule is off patented, then after off patented, then the same thing happens for pharmaceuticals as well. Then the generic agrochemical companies, they start making the same product at a much lesser cost. So which is called reverse engineering. So the research is going on the reverse engineering also. And now the multiple research centers across the world, all the big multinational companies, even in China, there are many national research centers which are doing the tireless research on innovative products, innovative agrochemicals, which are coming now and will come in future, will have lesser toxicity to the environment, lesser toxic effect on human beings. Because nowadays, all over the world, you will be knowing that many of the parts of the world, all the very old generic molecules, old very generic products are getting banned one after one. So the registration authority, regulatory body of many countries, they are so much active that with the detailed research data, we have to prove that whatever the molecule, whatever the product we are bringing now, those will not be harmful for the environment, those will not be harmful for the pollinators, the bees, the earthworm, non-target organisms, and as well as human. So it would be completely safe for the environment, and then only the authority will allow you to market those products as a plant protection molecule in those countries. So this is highly regulated. Is highly regulated now. Considering the sustainable agriculture in future, not only the agrochemicals are coming up, there are many non-agrochemicals products which are called biorational, bioproducts, biopesticides, genetically modified crops through seed. So a lot of things are happening across the world so that we can give a better world, greener world in the future. Coming to the seed industry, this is around $41 billion seed industry across the world, which is also a completely privatized. This is also highly research based and specifically, very specific to genetic engineering. Because those days is gone, completely gone, that only the HIV variety will be introduced. Now, all the companies across the world, their fundamental research is on genetic engineering. So is completely different researcher going on seed and seed development and seed trade. So the today's $41 billion seed industry, there is a huge scope to grow in future also. Fertilizer, which is even much bigger than crop protection and seed altogether, which is having $180 billion business in the world. But fertilizer is mostly conventional. The innovation, chance of innovation is very less here, because the basic fertilizers are the same: nitrogen, phosphate, potash, and phosphorus, and some other micronutrient, sulfur, zinc, molybdenum, something like that. So here, coming with any innovative product is sometime fertilizer companies come up with some mixtures, different combinations, that's all. But it's completely new innovation is difficult here. But still there are few researchers going on in the context of on organic fertilizer. It's not non-organic, inorganic fertilizer. The research is going on organic fertilizer. But here, why I am saying this, because since in innovation and research based industries is crop protection and seed, so which actually attracts more people. So more agriculture graduates will be required in future also for this industry, crop protection industry and seed industry. However, fertilizer industry require agriculture graduates also, but not that much, because that is already government regulated segment where agriculture graduates, many agriculture graduates are not required to promote the product to the customer. However, for crop protection, like agrochemicals and seed industry, which is growing and which will grow till human will be there in the earth, so food will be required. Since food will be required, so agriculture is to be done. And if agriculture is there, so definitely crop protection and seed, these two agri input would be there for the sake of the food security. So there is a ample opportunity for agriculture graduates in future also for these two industries. Now, as I told you that the crop protection industry, CP industry means crop protection or agrochemical, whatever, is crop. If I consider the crop protection, then it consider the entire gamut, is not only the insecticide, fungicide, herbicide, is even all the biorational also. This is altogether crop protection industry. So altogether crop protection industry is around $61 billion, which is growing at a rate of 2% per annum. So out of that, if you see here, the herbicide is, this is global. I'm talking about global. Herbicide will have $24 billion, which is 39-40% market share. Then insecticide having $18 billion market. Fungicide have $17 billion market, and PGN have $2 billion market, which means herbicide is more popular across the world. The reason in India, and the cropping pattern in India vis-a-vis across the world is slightly different. I'd not say only in India, I'd say even Asian countries, more specifically Southeast Asian countries and Indian subcontinent. Here the land holding capacity is very less. Number of farmers are very high. So here farm labor is considered one big earning segment for many of the people who are living in village. So as a labor, they go to the field, do the mechanical way of weeding and all these things, which is completely impossible in the countries like Brazil, Australia, or USA, where the herbicide has to be applied, because one crop, one farmer having some 10,000 hectare, 50,000 hectare land, which is impossible doing the mechanical way of planting or seed sowing or even weeding or anything, insecticide application, everything is mechanized. So for them, herbicide is very, very important. So herbicide having the highest business across the world. And then if you go to the continent-wise situation, then global agchem market size of $61 billion, the highest is LATAM. LATAM means, which is called Latin America, I mean southern part of Americas, South America, having Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Colombia, all of these countries. Then $18 billion market is from Asia Pacific. APAC means Asia Pacific, which have China also, which also included Australia. So China and Australia, these are the very big market. India is also a big market, definitely, but more more bigger markets are China and Australia. So Asia Pacific also have this kind of $18 billion market of agrochemicals. European Union having $12 billion market. Then NAFTA, which is northern part of America, which is USA and Canada and Mexico. So all these three countries having $10 billion market, and Middle East and Africa, which have $2 billion market. Now, if you see the global seed market, as I mentioned here, the seed market is $41 billion. So the seed market has not grown very significantly over last 10 years, 8 to 10 years, is slightly increasing and coming down, increasing, coming down. So the rationale of this is that last 8 to 10 years, when this industries was bounced during 2008-9, during that period when genetically modified crop seed started booming in across the world, and thereafter some of the countries, many of the countries, they didn't allow genetically modified crop, and that is the reason some growth restricted. But seed industry is moreover now focusing on different kind of genetic engineering. So there is a chance to grow again on the seed industry. So again, in seed industry, if you see North America having highest $15 billion market, that means USA, Canada, and Mexico. This is the biggest seed market in the world. Then Central and South America, which is LATAM, $8 billion. Asia Pacific is having $9 billion market. Europe is $6 billion market, and Middle East and Africa is $2 billion market. Now I'm coming to the Indian agriculture situation. Whatever I thought to share some of the basic understanding, basic information about the agro inputs across the world. Now I'm moving to Indian scenario. As all of you are aware that government of India has taken an ambitious target to transform India into $5 trillion economy. from a current level of 3.04 trillion economy, which is estimated by end of this year, which is also the 6th largest economy in the world after USA, China, Japan, Germany, and UK. So we will be coming to probably third or fourth economy if we can touch $5 trillion economy in 2025. We will be crossing Germany and UK. So to achieve this $5 trillion economy, the most important segment are two. One is service industry, another is agriculture. Agriculture contributes around 14% of GDP of our nation. So if we have to improve our economy, then we have to produce more. We have to produce more means we have to make our yield high. We have to improve the yield. We have to improve our quality as well. Because the GDP is not only the value that we are consuming in India. The GDP also constitutes the export that the commodity that we are producing in India, and we are exporting those commodities to outside of the world. So for that, current level of 13-14% GDP of agriculture, it has to also grow. And for that, we have to improve the yield. Now, agrochemical industry is also an important factor for enhancement of the yield and quality of the produce. Agrochemical, in Bengali, when I used to visit all the customers, the farmer at my earlier part of my career, then when I used to go to the village, the villagers, the farmers, they used to call us as a देखो भाई 20 बेचा लोक एसছে 20 बेचा means pesticide, I mean poison selling people. Now today's agrochemical is not the poison. The concept of agrochemical has changed dramatically over the period of time. The new innovative products, new molecule, which are not poison at all. Whatever, I'll come to later that part. So the agrochemical industry, which is valued around 42,000 crore, which is around $6 billion, out of which $3 billion is Indian consumption. That means Indian agrochemical market is 22,000 crore rupees. And another $3.5 billion pesticide agrochemicals, which we produce in India to export. Industry is expected to grow 8 to 10% CAGR till 2025. And we are also expecting to export agrochemical from 22,000 crore rupees, around double, 38,500 crore rupees worth of agrochemicals we are expected to export to other outside of India by 2025. So that means what? That means India is progressing not only the consumption of the agrochemicals for improving the yield, as well as we are also exporting our agrochemicals outside of our India, which means that we are producing lot of our manufacturing capacity is now increasing, and which will provide the scope of new employment. That is one of the biggest advantage that industry is growing, means there is a chance, there is an opportunity, there is a scope of new employment. And who will be getting benefited? agriculture graduates. So the coming days, the years which are coming, there's a lot of opportunity will open up for agriculture graduates. Now, I'm sure that many of the scientists, many of the professors, you would have started thinking that how can I claim agrochemicals for improvement of the yield? No, is not only one factor, but it is one of the factor that if you do not take care the plant protection, then definitely there would be huge impact on the yield. If you do not spray insecticide, if you do not spray fungicide on time, if you do not take care of your weeds, then this would be a disaster. Now coming to this, that agrochemical export from China is around $5 billion today. Huh? I mean, that was the data that was in 2019. So $5 billion now is expected 5.5 to $6 billion agrochemicals is being exported from China. US is $4.5 billion at present, Germany 4, France 4, and then India $3.4 billion, that was in 2019, and we are expecting it will cross $5 billion in another 5-6 years. So there is a huge opportunity. Government also is focusing on many of the infrastructure facilities, and many things are giving to agrochemical industry, specifically focused in Gujarat state. Gujarat is considered as agrochemical manufacturing hub in India. So the opportunity will come. This is the message I want to communicate to agriculture graduates who are studying agriculture now. And another opportunity would be for those students which are coming or attracted to study agriculture now. So in future, I am sure those students will have a better and bright future. So still, there is a controversy. The controversy is that I am claiming that the industry is growing. We are manufacturing more agrochemicals in India, not only for feeding our own country, but we are exporting side by side. This is unfortunate that we are still not completely self-reliant on agrochemicals, which is required in India. We have some dependency on some of the countries like China, Germany, USA, Japan, Israel, and some other countries also, from where we import also agrochemicals. Is not, maybe from China is not directly agrochemicals, majorly the intermediates, but all these countries like US, Germany, Japan, Israel is basically we import the agrochemicals technical from the multinational company which are based in those countries. Just giving an example, say Israel, Adama. Adama's headquarters is based in Israel. Sumitomo Chemical, which is a Japanese multinational company. I am in Sumitomo Chemical now. So this Sumitomo Chemical, they import some of the patented molecule from Japan. Bayer is based in Germany. So Bayer has to import that agrochemical technical from Germany, the patented agrochemical technical. Corteva is US based company. Corteva imports their technical to distribute and formulate in India, and they import the technical from US. So we have certain dependency on other country also. But now government is focusing to be self-reliant, right? Made in India. So this many strategies are happening. I mean, for long-term strategies. Still, I would like to draw another one attention. This is actually this is not the first time you are hearing this information. I am sure that even we also heard the same information when we were studying agriculture some 20 years back. India is the lowest, one of the lowest pesticide consumed country. Only 600 kg per hectare. 600 kg per hectare means if you convert the formulation to the technical grade, which comes on about 600 gram agrochemicals technical per hectare. This is the Indian consumption. Whereas US 2.5, average of world is 2.6 kg per hectare. Asia average is 3.7 kg per hectare. Brazil is 6 kg per hectare. Japan is highly huge, around 12 kg per hectare. China is 13 kg per hectare. And we start shouting that we are consuming toxic. There are a lot of show, there are a lot of seminar, there are a lot of debates. Pesticide adulteration, pesticide toxicity, pesticide these, those, blah, blah, blah. We are the lowest consumer of agrochemicals in the world. Now, the opportunity is, there are a lot of opportunity. Why India is so low? The reason is, many of the crops, the entire geography is so big. Our arable cultivation area is so big. And if you see the number of farmers, very, very less number of farmers use the judicious application of agrochemicals. They don't know how to use, when to use, what to use. So that means the scope is huge to grow agrochemical industry in India. Opportunity is very big. Still, we are at a very infant stage. We are actually a toddler in front of other countries. But yes, we have to use the application. Agrochemicals should be used very judiciously. That is a different subject altogether. But fine, you professors, many professors would be delighted to give hours and hours lecture on how to use, what to use, and when to use all these things. So that is a different subject altogether. But I am giving this information in front of all the graduates, all the agri graduates, saying that the opportunity is big in India. Key challenges. What are the key challenges? I am sure that everybody knows this, but just I want to highlight here. One is the low productivity. If you see any crop, since we do not take care of our crop too much, there are a lot of issues are also there. So our productivity is one of the lowest. It is comparable with some of the African countries. The advanced countries' productivity is very high because they have a lot of systematic way of cultivation. So there are, why again I'm telling, yes, there are a lot of multiple opportunities here inside of India for the agriculture graduates. Harvest, post-harvest loss. I'm not going into detail all this. Small landholding capacity, just an example. India's landholding capacity, average landholding capacity, that is in 2016 data, is 1 hectare. However, in USA, it is 180 hectare. In Brazil, 70 hectare, and Australia, 4,500 hectare. One farmer having 4,500 hectare land. So they can do the mechanized way of farming, and that is an additional advantage for higher yield. There are climatic risks also in India. It's not only that we have some issues, but we have a lot of climatic problems, risk, as well as lastly, that is very, very low investment in R&D. India spent only 0.2% of its GDP in agriculture research. That was old 2015 data. But how much we have grown? Probably up from 0.62% of GDP, it will grow hardly 0.8% of GDP, probably currently. However, China spent 2% of their GDP, and USA spent 2.7% of their GDP on the research. It's a huge amount of money they spend on research. So these are the basic realistic situation. So that means what? That means that we are not at a saturated level. We have lot of opportunity to grow in future. Okay, this is the overview I have given. I have some another 15 minutes time. So now I would like to give some of the information to the agriculture graduates, because all this information, all the lectures, this is okay, but how to enter into the corporate world, what is to be done? So this is very important to understand by any agriculture graduates, that what I will do after graduation or after master's degree, what I will do. Those will be scientists, those will be in academic. May I request Mr. Arijit Odhikari to mute? Yeah, thank you. So those will be in academic line. I am not going to that, but those people, those students have the mindset like I had my mindset from the day one when I started my agriculture graduate, that I'll be going to the industry. So the mindset, those students have the mindset to enter into the corporate world. For them, I would like to give some information which will help them. In domestic, and there are two scenarios. One is domestic scenario, another is international business scenario. The domestic scenario is that there are many agrochemical companies, multinational companies, as well as Indian agrochemical companies, which are doing business of agrochemicals or seed or fertilizer in India. Maybe they are manufacturing all those products inside India with their own factory, or otherwise they are importing the technical from their subsidiary company, their parent company from outside of India, from foreign, and then they are doing some formulation and then distributing here. So the agriculture graduates has the opportunity where, first of all, I would like to come to this R&D and research. Agriculture graduates need to be at least masters to look into the career in R&D and research. Without having master's degree, you will not be able to enter into R&D and research. Minimum criteria is masters. It would be very good if you have PhD. Majority of all the agrochemical companies, they employ, there are two parts. One is laboratory research, another is field research. So the laboratory research, which is predominantly in the site of the factory or in a research station, there they do not require agriculture scientist, agriculture PhD holder. They require chemical engineer, they require PhD in molecular biology, they require the PhD in chemistry. So that is a different area. But agriculture graduates PhD, those can look into field research. Whatever the agrochemicals are developing across the world, those products are to be analyzed and tested in India. I started my career in that field. After passing out of MSc, I was pursuing PhD in entomology. And then I dropped PhD and I moved to R&D as a product development manager, research and product development manager in Rallis India Limited. That is in 2002. And then I moved from R&D to other domain. So if you have an interest to start your career in R&D, so you have to be at least masters. And specifically, I'll tell you, specifically, entomology and pathology would be preferred, or even agronomy also, because for doing the field trial, herbicide field trial, agronomy students would be preferred. So you have to do the field trial, you have to monitor the what are the new molecules are coming, and what is the efficacy of the new molecule as compared to the existing molecule, and what are the benefits of those new molecules. So these are the findings you have to derive in Indian context, because Bayer or Syngenta or Adama, they are bringing new molecule, or even Sumitomo Chemical, they are bringing new molecule in India. But the research which they have done, field research I am talking about, field research, what they have done in Brazil or in Argentina or USA, that may not be relevant to Indian context. So Bayer, Syngenta, Dow, DuPont, Corteva, Sumitomo, everybody, they need the research and development officer, manager in India to understand about the product that they are going to launch in future, how the product is performing in India. So this is the opportunity. Now, there are other opportunities for agriculture graduates like marketing, brand sales, product management, and as well as B2B. B2B means this is an institutional business, which is that suppose I am in Sumitomo Chemical, I am manufacturing some of the product, and I am giving that formulated product to other company as an institutional business, and that other company will buy the product from me, and they will pack it and they will distribute it in their name. So this is called B2B, business to business, institutional business, corporate sales. So that opportunity is also there. Brand sales, that means which probably this is the major area where our agriculture graduates get absorbed when they pass out from agriculture graduate. Then the local companies, Indian companies, all multinational companies, they need the people for sales, selling the product But nowadays, the sales is completely different. Is not only sales. It doesn't look nice. It doesn't sound nice as a sales guy. I'm a sales guy. It's not like that. Today is a concept selling. If you have to develop your market, then you have to understand. I'll tell you later. You have to understand the subject very, very properly, very well. Your subject on agriculture, you have to keep in mind the science, basic science of agriculture to be successful in branded sales. Then there is a department called marketing, which is making brand building activities. Then product management, the whole product stewardship. That means one product, he is the champion of that product for the entire India. So what is to be done for that particular product? He would be the responsible guy. I'll come in this situation. I do not have much time. And again, another one vertical is international business. This international business where I am presently, I am here. I take care of the Sumitomo's international business for Americas, means South, North, and USA. All together, USA, Canada, Mexico, and Latin America, Brazil, Argentina, all together. So this here, one is Americas, another is Asia Pacific, another is Africa, another is Europe. So these are the four major areas where the international business is done out of India. That means what? We are manufacturing products in India, and those products we are exporting to those countries, and we have the entire liability for branding, exporting, business, everything. So I am responsible for Americas. Like that way, somebody is taking care of the business of Asia Pacific. Somebody is taking care of the business of Europe. So this is another one vertical. The number of people required for this vertical, domestic, is much bigger than international business, because international business is a small requirement. Is not that much number of agriculture graduates required for branded sales, for marketing in domestic, is much bigger than for international. So international business is very niche segment. Now there are some opportunity that there are few Indian companies which are multinational companies. So if you are doing very good job in India or international business, you will be promoted to be based in out of India as a expatriate to represent Indian company in that particular country. There are many students who are actually posted in many advanced countries like in Brazil, USA, many European countries, some of the Asia Pacific countries, Africa, of course, yes. Many of our friends, many of our junior, many of our senior colleagues, they are posted in abroad. So what I am giving the message to the agriculture graduates is that the opportunity is enormous. Opportunity will come to you. Now, these are the agrochemical companies, major agrochemical companies. I'll give this presentation, and I'm sure that my talk is being recorded. So this would be giving you a perspective that who are Indian agrochemical companies based out of which city. In Mumbai and Ahmedabad, These are the company like Rallies India Limited, UPL, Ghada, all are Indian companies. I'm talking about here Indian companies. Ghada, Indophil, Atul, Biostat, Herenba, Godrej Agrovet, Mahindra, Haikal, Sulfa Mills, Sarda Cropchem, Megmoney and GSP, these are based at Ahmedabad. And here, Delhi, Noida, Gurgaon based, Bharat Rashan, Krishi Rashan, Pesticide India, Dhanuka, HPM, Jubilant, Parijat, Crystal, Agroallied. This would be very informative to the sorry, to those people who are making the liaison with students, and I mean who is giving the platform for the students to attract these companies to your campus for campusing. Sorry. Then Bangalore and Hyderabad and Chennai based companies are Coromandel, Nagarjuna, Tagros, Deccan Chemicals and Bhagiratha. Now these are the Indian, these are the multinational companies and their corporate office, which are Bayer Kromsa, Mumbai and Pune based is Bayer, BSF, Syngenta. Bayer, BSF, these two are Mumbai based. Syngenta is at Pune. Sumitomo, Mumbai. UPL is also considered India, as well as UPL is also considered as a multinational companies. So UPL is Pune, Mumbai based. Then Delhi, Noida, Gurgaon, Albag, Mitsui, and Bangalore or Hyderabad is Corteva, Adama, Nichino, FMC, and Novozymes. I'm giving you this information also that what are the company and last year how much was their turnover. So UPL is the number one highest turnover because UPL is the multinational Indian multinational company. May I get some 10 more minutes? Excuse me, may I get some 10 minutes or I should stop here?
No, you can get that one. No issue. No
Okay.
issue. Carry on, carry on. Yeah.
So UPL and then Ghada Chemicals, which are UPL is 32,000 crore rupees company. 32,000 crore. Last year they have reached 35,000 crore rupees company. Ghada is around 3,000 crore. PI is around 3,000 crore. Coromandel International 2,000 crore. Bharat Group of Companies 2,000 crore. Indophil around 2,000 crore. Krishi Roshan 1,800 crore. Tagros, Rallies India, Sharda, Crystal, Sulfur Mills, Insecticide, Willow, Best Agro, Dhanuka. So here you will be understanding that how big is the company's turnover. This is a export that we have made of agrochemicals over last few years. We are growing in export. Agrochemicals export was growing significantly year on year. You see here we reached at 461 metric ton. This is in metric ton, 461,000 metric ton of agrochemicals we exported in 2019, and then due to COVID, it came down drastically. We came down at 330 level, and this year we are progressing towards around 400 level. Future of agrochemical and plant production industry, as I already mentioned, as long as human is there, agriculture is inevitable. To feed more people, productivity is to be increased, crop loss is to be minimized, plant production industry will play a critical role in global food security. During this pandemic period, agrochemicals were considered as essential commodity, and initially there are some issues. Factory was closed down, all the people were completely sitting idle in the home. We never have faced this situation in before. So we are also very puzzled that what is to be done. And then within 6 months of period, then we revived again. In COVID-19, during the worldwide economic crisis and across the industry downfall, two industries did very well, which is agrochemical and another is pharmaceutical. So this is the message to the audience, is saying that the career in agrochemical industry in future is good. Opportunity would be more. The importance of agrochemicals for food security is a big example that recently happened in Sri Lanka. I will not take much time because we have a limited time. I'll just give you a very small history. This is a very interesting story regarding food security and agrochemicals, relationship of agrochemicals. Last 2 years before, the government of Sri Lanka, all of a sudden, they banned all agrochemicals, no chemicals. They said that Sri Lanka would be completely bio. There would not be any single chemicals would be allowed to apply to the crops. You do not know what is the current situation of Sri Lanka. They are completely dependent on, for all their food, on import. They are importing each and every food. Their economy is completely gone because they do not have sufficient food. The reason, and then inflation, since they have to import the food, there is a huge inflation. The economy is destroyed in the country, and they are completely reliant on other countries on their food because they don't have sufficient products to protect the crops from pests and diseases. If you do Google, you will come to know everything. All these things happened in Sri Lanka. It's very recently, and during this COVID period. So the country is completely gone into disaster. Still, Sri Lanka government has, understood this, and slightly they are allowing some of the molecules again. So the agrochemicals are required. Without agrochemicals, agriculture is impossible at this moment. I don't know of what is going to happen 10 years or 15 years or 20 years down the line, but without agrochemicals, impossible to feed the huge population. But please, again, I'm telling everybody that don't consider agrochemicals are bad. You have to understand what is the dose, what time of application, what is the time gap between your application and your harvesting. So these things, if you maintain, then agrochemicals are not bad. It is required. It is, without agrochemicals, there is a question mark on food security for the nation. European countries, USA, they are paranoid on greener product and health, those. Have they completely stopped agrochemicals? No, they can't. Because if you completely stop agrochemicals, then your population will striving, will not be able to provide food to the increased population, enough food. So agrochemicals is a part of living for the human. And that is the reason the industry will grow further, and this growth will attract many new entries, many new companies, and for them more manpower would be required. So again, I am giving this message to the agriculture graduates. You are fortunate enough that you are coming up as agriculture graduates, because you have lot of opportunity in future. India is becoming more powerful in supply plant protection chemicals across the world. Now it is 5th largest exporter, and we are progressing very well. Then India is becoming more attractive for MNC for agrochemical manufacturing. Yes, considering the USA and China trade war, which had happened before Biden government, during the Trump government, you would be aware about this. So many of the world leading agrochemical companies, they were frightened. They started looking for alternate area, alternate country where they will have their faith, or they will have their ease on manufacturing of those agrochemicals for global distribution. So many multinational companies, they are looking India as an alternate of China. China has gone huge, but now this is a time for India as well. India is moving very fast on this. Future is towards sustainable agriculture, greener products, biotechnology, innovation, technological advancement, everything will be there. Side by side, agrochemicals also will be there. So how to get entry into the corporate? First and foremost important thing is that there are few areas where we have to look into. The corporate now, there are multiple of entry. One is through agribusiness management school, like Manage, that is in Hyderabad. So you have to do the PGDBM from Manage, or any other agriculture business management school. There are few business management school, but you have to be very, very careful, because many business management schools specifically on targeting for agribusiness, which are coming up because this industry is increasing, this industry is booming. That is the reason many business management schools overnight they are growing. So you have to be very, very careful for getting enough intelligence before getting enrolled in those business management school. But those are trusted, like Manage is highly reputed. If you can get a chance to do the 2 years management course from Manage, then you will have a very good entry to any of agrochemical companies. Then through IIM Ahmedabad have PGDBM on agri management. If you can do it, then you will have the golden opportunity to be a leadership role directly in any of the agrochemical company. Then there is an institute called IIFT, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, which is at Delhi. So if you have an interest of international business, you can pursue for management, taking management degree from IIFT. All these institute, they have their own campus interview, placement cell. So you need not to be worried on that. If you are passing out from Manage, they have the 100% placement, 100% placement. IIM Ahmedabad, if you are doing PGDBM from IIM Ahmedabad Agri Management, then you will be landing at a very senior position in future. You will be considered as CEO, something like that. Then IIFT, I told, campus interview, product management, means that many of the agrochemical companies, you have to attract those agrochemical companies to go to your campus for campus interview, and they recruit agriculture graduates in product management. But the product management as a managerial role, they definitely will look into agri graduate plus master's management. Without having management degree from a reputed institute, direct entry to the product management is difficult. It's not difficult, it's impossible. Then summer training. Many of the students sometime came across getting inside of large multinational companies as a summer training, and then the opportunity to get absorbed inside of that organization also. And then industry contacts. This is the opportunity. Majority after graduate from the State Agriculture University, if you are passing out as a agri graduate, then you can be absorbed as sales executive or territory manager. Then this is a pyramid. The number of agri graduates required in this lower bottom is huge. More people are working here. Then out of this, based on your performance, you will be getting promoted to area sales manager, area marketing manager. Based on the performance, here again, if somebody, suppose one company has say 50 territory manager or sales executive, they have 10 area sales manager, then going to regional sales manager or regional marketing manager, they may need 2 or 3. So now you can understand how the number is coming squeezed. So that means you have to prove differently. Then RM to ZM is only one. There are 4 zonal zones in India. For my company, there are 4 zonal managers. Like that, majority all the companies, they have 4 zonal managers. So if you consider 25 companies, so altogether 100 zonal managers are required in India, not more than that. So now I'll give you some very simple tip how to do, what would be your focus area for success. If you get an entry to any company, to any agrochemical company, then don't be compassionate. Your struggle part has started now. Just keep in some tips what I have come across. You know, there are two cycle of the career. One is first half and another is second half. So the first half is that you have to learn. The learning part, the major learning algorithm is to be at first half. The first half, how much you are learning, how much you are gathering the experience, that will help you to move in your second half. That means leadership position. So if you have majorly, say, if you are coming out of as a graduate, and if you are entering inside of the organization, then you have mostly, say, 30 years of your entire career. So in these 30 years, first half would be, say, 15 to 20 years, and then rest 15 to 10 years would be your second half. So that means your second half would be as a leadership position, and first half would be your learning position, where you will have ample opportunity to learn. And how much you are learning, that will drive you to the success as a leader in an organization, in an industry during your second half. So don't change frequently. I have seen many of the candidates, many of our students, one company, second company, third company, fourth company, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Don't do this. It negatively impacts the learning algorithm. So frequently you'll be changing whatever you are learning in one organization. 1 year or 2 years you are changing to another organization. Your learning was incomplete. You'll not be able to complete the entire learning. There is a different management funda. So if anybody is interested, I'll take some other more interesting session on this in the separately. Then my second suggestion would be start on small companies, learn, gather experience, and then move to multinational companies. If you cannot take a chance of getting inside of a multinational company first time, at a first step, that is not a problem. You start humbly from a small company and then move to multinational companies. That is perfect. High ambitious students can move abroad after MSc or PhD to complete management from a foreign university, and they have a fantastic high demand in international market. There are multiple of examples are there. I have seen many people who have done masters in India, went out of India, have done PhD, and they have completed management from outside India, from a foreign university, and came back in India, and they are at a very senior position. So this is, again, there is another one opportunity for agriculture, passing out people. Those who want to start from grassroots level, my advice is to go to village, stay with the farmers, learn their practices, understand their pain points and problems, which will grow your learning experience. And then this will give you the trigger for your success in future. Selling a product and giving a solution to the farmers are completely different. But there are a lot of explanation of this kind of sentence. This is a sentence, this is a statement. The more in-depth analysis is, it will take more time. So which is, again, I'm trying to say that whoever is getting any opportunity at a very humble stage as a sales executive, don't be ashamed or shameful that I am just selling a pesticide to the farmer. Don't do that. Understand the farming practices, learning from them, which will give you enormous learning, and that would be precious for your success in future. Success doesn't come automatically. You have to make yourself ready for the success. Last is that deserve first before desire. This is a big statement. So many agriculture graduates think that I am not able to grow. It will not come if you do your success planning properly. Some important tips to be future ready. All your gathered, all the knowledge that you have gathered in your first half of career will determine your leadership position in second half. As I told earlier slide, career growth is equal to real individual growth. This is a very bold statement. Until and unless your real individual growth is not happening, that means you're learning, your experience, then career will not grow. Learn as much as possible in early stage and update those learning for periodically. Any small incidents, any small thing which is not look important, is not that much important, gather experience and learn from that small incidents also. Involve in yourself all the projects and all these things, that fine. So this is my last slide, the key success factors. I would recommend all agriculture graduates to sharpen your CV. I have seen many of the CV which are coming from BCKV, which are absolutely rubbish. Please, you have done 4 years of study of agriculture. You have done your 6 months ROI. You have stayed in village. You have a lot of experience. Just writing your name, your father's name, your address, telephone number, contact number, and asking the CV to your employer, saying that I need a employment in your company. Your CV will tell you how serious you are. So that is the first important thing which is to be looked into, all of you, is to sharpen your CV. Come across, discuss with your senior, go to your professor, ask help from them, that sir, please help me how to make CV, how to make colorful CV. Colorful is not that red, blue, green. No. They will definitely help you. Understand the basic science of the plant protection. When I interviewed some of the people, fresh graduate, it was amazing. I was just thinking that what you have done, guys, for 4 years. So please do not show your so much incompetency after graduation of 4 years, and when you are facing interview, and if you don't know the basic plant protection, please don't do this. Please be prepared. You have learned many things from the professor. Recap, consult your professor, go to the previous books, notes that they have given to you, and upgrade your knowledge. If any interviewer asking that what is the symptom of dead heart and white ear head, that student was completely pale. The face was something like he never knew this terminology, what is called white ear head or dead heart. And you are expecting that you will be entering into the corporate sector, which is not going to happen. From the journey of sales officer, there is an ample opportunity to be zonal head. If you are a good zonal head, then you will be able to be general manager of the company, then vice president of the company, then CEO or president of the company. There are many examples out there. Many examples are there. I have come across from this position as a sales officer level. I was not in sales officer, I was a development officer. If I can come across from the officer level to at now, I am within few months, I will be at vice president level. If I can come across, why can't you? Everybody can. So it is possible. So only this thing, that the zeal is to be there from yourself. There are a lot of examples. The success is huge. And lastly, I will complete this. Again, the reward and recognition in corporate is very, very high for the competent people. So sharpen your knowledge and be prepared for the industry. We are here. We'll definitely provide whatever the support is required, because I want to see the Bengali graduates, agriculture graduates from West Bengal are coming up and becoming successful in agriculture industry. Why only the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University? Why only the Punjab Agriculture University? Why? Why not EBKV? Why not BCKV? So this is the question I am asking in this platform to the entire university professor, honorable vice chancellor, everybody. We need to think slightly differently. I have seen we have very few people who are very successful, who are coming from BCKV. Why? Why not? Why not from West Bengal? There are two good universities. Why all the people, all the CEO, president, vice president, general manager would be from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Bangalore Agriculture University, then Punjab Agriculture University, Ludhiana, and all these areas. Why not from West Bengal? Why? Think on this. If any support is required, we are here to provide you any kind of support that is required. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for all of you to be here. Fantastic platform you have given me. Thank you so much. And again, I'm telling you, whenever, if you need any kind of assistance, yes, we are extremely busy. I am extremely busy, but still I will find out some time if I can do, if I can support something to UBKB and BCKB. Thank you so much.
So many thanks to Kishalay Biswas.
Sir,
So
I had a question.
yeah, we'll start. First, it is our duty that he has nicely covered a entire our plant protection sector, the private companies, opportunities, and the small things that we usually don't take care in our early stages. So it was a fantastic lecture. I know that there are a lot of questions, but we have a time limitation. So I will start some of the questions to interact with Kishalay Biswas. So please unmute yourself.
So, sir,
Yes, first you introduce which year you are just
sir,
presently.
I am Bhashwar Banerjee. I am currently studying in the second semester of, I am studying in BSc Horticulture.
Okay.
Sir, my question was that the entire scope and path that you explained, does the same apply for other agriculture allied sciences like horticulture too?
Yes, of course, yes. Of course, yes. If you have the basic fundamental understanding of plant protection, which definitely is in horticulture also, then why not? Agriculture covers horticulture, but horticulture is more specialized. Whatever the molecule that we distribute or we develop in the industry, come across the new molecule, new product, is not only for rice and wheat. It is equally for the fruits and vegetables also. Yes,
Okay.
it is applicable for horticulture also. So you are completely eligible for the industry if you are passing as a horticulture graduate.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So anyone?
Hello, sir.
Yes, continue. Please
Yes,
continue.
sir. I am Shaukat Udas. I am from fourth semester. Sir, is there any requirement of a MBA degree in this sector to shine?
That I told you, yes, definitely. If you have the opportunity to do the management, that would be sharpen your knowledge, understanding of the business. When you are doing graduation, coming out from the university, you only understand you have the knowledge of the plant protection, you have the knowledge of agronomic practices, you have all this knowledge, but this is not only the knowledge that is required for to success in the industry. So industry requires the business understanding also, and the business understanding you will be only getting if you do the management. So if you are after graduation, if you do the management, but again, management should be from the very reputed institute, is not only from any small management school. If you are taking the management from small management school, then companies doesn't provide much attention for that.
Okay, now,
Hello, sir. Sir, I have a question.
yeah,
Sir, I am Abhishek Biswas from Faculty of Technology, 5th semester. Sir, I want to ask that what is the future of agricultural technology in the MNCs? Like whatever MNC I have heard, it is related to fertilizers or anything related to plant protection. But what are the aspects of technology in MNCs? And if there is any, then how can I make myself eligible for that? And like I have told that you have to make the CV colorful CV, means you have to make a strong CV. So what are the other things, other stuffs we have to do to make ourselves like be eligible to absorbed into that MNCs as an agriculture engineer?
Okay, agriculture engineer have a different perspective. That is a different industry who are specifically which would be absorbed by the tools industry, I mean, like a farm, tractor. Then there is a demand for Kubota. There are a lot of machineries are coming now in India also. Harvester, then thresher, transplanter. So this technology, yes, this technology also require mechanical engineer as well as agriculture engineers also. But agriculture engineer is not that you are not eligible to come to an agrochemical industry. You are equally eligible for agrochemical industry if you have an interest. So if you found yourself interest to build up a career in agrochemicals or seed, yes, why not? You can, but you should have the mindset. You should have some basic understanding of plant protection that you must have gone through. I don't know in your subject the plant protection subjects are there or not, but if not, then you can consult with your professors, or you can have some basic understanding of the plant protection and appear into the interview.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
This is Dr. Victor Khani speaking. Sir, I just want to ask you a little offshoot question. That over the past few decades, we can see that there is a very large shift from the usage of agricultural chemicals, means all the red and yellow label pesticides, which are the total killers, those have been banned or withdrawn. And now there are lots of emphasis on blue and green label pesticides. And there are different world organizations and bodies, whatever we say, they just advocate for going for biocontrol and others. So
Correct.
there is a shift from control to management. So in this perspective, what is your opinion that in near future, the chemical companies or the pesticide companies will not be squeezed with their what to say, with their
Product portfolio.
Product portfolio? Yes.
Okay. If any new, first of all, I again, this is a very, very intelligent question, I can rather say, because this is a top burning topic now, considering the sustainable agriculture. What should be our future? What should be the plant protection measures that we are going to take in future, not
Yes.
only in India, across the world? The work has started. There are a lot of biocontrol mechanisms which were not much popular earlier, which are getting popular now. There are many new pathogens. Like I'm just giving an example, Trichoderma viride, which is popular across 50 years, 60 years, 70 years. But new strain of Trichoderma, the research is going on. The research is going on Beauveria, the different species of the Beauveria. So now who are doing the research? All these agrochemical companies, they are doing the research.
Okay, so chemical companies, they have
Yes.
shifted their
They are very much concerned about this agrochemicals. See, today, if you see the many new molecules which are coming out, these are basically champion molecule because they are introduced in the market after thorough investigation from the regulatory body.
Yeah.
If regulatory body have some minimum found out some problem on any data and document, or any carcinogenicity, or any problem on bees, problem on fish toxicity, problem on residue, problem on earthworm, they will never allow that product to develop to launch in the market.
Yeah,
Okay,
the new chemicals are very much target
very
specific.
safe.
Very safe and target specific, no doubt.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So these new molecules and this target specific molecules, there are a lot of research are happening. So the new generation agrochemicals are not like chlorpyrifos, are
Yeah.
not like acephate.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is one. Second, side by side, all these multinational, they have developed a separate division, which is biorational. So they are doing the research on the bioproduct also, botanicals, biopesticides, botanical pesticides, semiochemicals, pheromone, everything. There are huge research are going on that. But who are doing the research? The same companies, Bayer, Syngenta, Sumitomo, they will bring up those products in the market again. So ultimately, the guy who is taking care of the business now for those
Inorganic chemicals, they will
be
do it for the
responsible
organic
for,
ones.
yes.
Oh, thank you very much.
So, thank you, Kishaloy. So it was a
Good
very nice
afternoon, sir.
discussion. I know that a lot of questions are there, but we have another lecture.
So one more question.
Okay, anyone? I expect from girl student. Any girl
Good
student
afternoon,
having
sir.
any question?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, I am from Faculty of Agriculture, second semester. Sir, talking from the job prospect, as our parents suggest to take up for government job because it's more flexible, how much is it more relaxing or flexible to take up a corporate sector? And sir, which would be more helpful, like we should be joining the corporate sector just after we become agri graduates, or should we be completing our masters or take up higher degree then join the corporate sector?
Okay, thank you for your nice question. For ladies, for the girls, I would suggest that for them actually working as field executive is difficult. There are examples, but for girls, starting their career from the field executive is really difficult. Even as a field scientist is also, there are some issues and problems. But in our corporate office, I think number of ladies are even higher than the number of gents. So ladies are very, very acceptable and they have fantastic career in the corporate office. So in the corporate office, you have the product management team, you have lot of different team. So to enter into the corporate office directly, then you must have management. Only after taking graduation and masters, that will not be helpful to enter into the corporate office directly, head office or corporate office. Basically, corporate office absorb the ladies candidate. They are delighted to absorb ladies candidate if you are coming from management, and they will offer you product manager. Okay, product manager, assistant product manager, then product manager, then senior manager, then general manager product. You have a bright career if you are entering into the corporate office. And then I have already, I don't know, you have listened, I mean, my presentation will be available to you. You go through, there are few cities only where the corporate office are there. Majority, all the companies, agrochemical companies, corporate office is restricted only to 3 or 4 cities: Mumbai, Bangalore, Delhi, and Hyderabad, majorly. So if you get an opportunity to be in the corporate office, then you should have that kind of flexibility to to be relocated from Uttar Banga to those cities.
So thank you. Very nice suggestion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
So again, I thank you, Kishalai Biswas, for a nice deliberation.
Thank you.
I hope
Thank you
that
so much.
in near future, we will arrange several programs and we will again invite for more discussion. So thank you.
My pleasure.
Now,
Thank you.
yes, now we are moving to our last lecture for today. It is the winning strategy for national level test in higher education and employment. So those who want to pursue higher study, MSc, PhD, so you have to face competitive examination. So our next speaker is a very renowned person, Dr. Abir De. So he's already a agriculture research scientist, ARS scientist from IRI, now presently working in the Division of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry. Dr. De has completed his MSc and PhD through competitive exam and from IRI, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, and he has a very vast knowledge about this competitive world, their preparation. So we hope a better interaction in this coming lecture. So without wasting much time, I invite Dr. Abid De to start his lecture. Please.
Thank you, Professor Chatterjee, sir, for such a very nice introduction. And thank you, sir. I will just start. I would like to share my screen here.
Yes, you can share. Yes.
Yes. Is the screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is coming.
Okay. Okay, so Honorable Vice Chancellor, UBKV, Deans of the Faculties, UBKV, the organizers of this current seminar, the chairman of the CDC, all the members of the CDC, the eminent faculties, professors, scientists present over here, and all the other dignitaries, and my dear student friends. A very good afternoon to all of you. And myself, as sir mentions, Dr. Abir De, and I will be discussing the winning strategies for national level test in higher education and employment. So the important question in our life, we must say, that is, what do you want to be? Now, answer to this question may be very different, vastly different, based on in what age this question is asked. A kid can say that he wants to be a superhero. He or she wants to be a superhero. He wants to be a singer, a scientist, a doctor, engineer, a tech giant, maybe in army, etc. But let's be very practical. Very few of us in the early stages of our life, we want to be the agriculturist, the agricos we want to be. But let me assure you, being agriculturist is often as good as it is of any of this career. You got to be a doctor, doctor of plant, doctor of soil. You can save your country by uh, achieving by helping in achievement of the food security, food sufficiency. So anyway, so then you complete your higher secondary, you take admission, you weigh out your options, and you take admission in state agriculture universities like UBKV. And in the next day, you found yourself in a knee-deep water doing transplanting of rice in the practical fields of CPT practicals. Then again, that thought may came to pass: what I am going to do, what I will do in means what am I doing here in this mud, maybe. But then again, you study hard, you earn your hard-earned degree after completion of BSc, and then the big question comes: what you want to do in this from coming from this BSc agriculture field. So as my earlier speaker has been very nicely has explained all about the private sectors, their chances, their opportunities. So there is another sector, that is if you want to pursue a higher education in this agricultural field. So higher education means doing a MSc, doing a PhD, doing a postdoc, doing research. So in that case, you need to do a MSc, a PhD. Now, to do the MSc, the best opportunity is through clearing the ICAR JRF exam. JRF means Junior Research Fellowship, that is given by ICAR. So first you need to think which line you want to pursue. And if you have a love for your subject, you love studying the subject, then you can pursue higher education, and then you have to sit for this ICAR JRF exam. Okay, so in today's talk, I'll be covering these topics. Firstly, why should we prepare for ICAR JRF? How to select subject for that ICAR JRF? When should we start preparing for this exam? What are the different preparation tips? How to prepare for this exam? And what if means what after you get this scholarship, you get entry into different MSc programs. Now, as we are talking about ICAR JRF, that is basically given by ICAR, and it can be obtained this fellowship by clearing this exam, that is All India Entrance Examination for admission to master degree programs. And this is conducted by National Testing Agency. And this is the website of ICAR NTA website. You can get all the information regarding this. This is the brochure for this academic session. And if you clear this exam, then you can get admitted for doing MSc in the 74 agriculture universities present in India. It comprises of 63 SAUs, veterinary, horticulture, and fishery universities. All are SAUs actually. 4 ICAR deemed universities: IRI, IVRI, NDRI, and CFA. Then 3 central agriculture universities in Imphal, Pusa, Bihar, and Jhansi. Then 4 central universities which also have a faculty of agriculture, that is BHU, MAU, Vishwabharati, and Nagaland University. So you see there are a number of universities across the India where you can do your this MSc in different subjects. Now, all of these agricultural universities, the state agriculture universities, they reserve 25% of their master degree program seats for the candidates who clear this JRF. And the ICAR deemed universities, the IRI, IVRI, NDRI, and CFA, and the central agriculture universities, RLB CAU in Jhansi and RPCAU in Pusa, they reserve all their 100% seats in the master degree program through admission of this JRF holder candidate. So if you want to get inside, get into these institutes, this deemed universities, then you have to clear this ICAR JRF. Okay, and there is another rule that is also important. I just like to mention. There is a state quota in this examination pattern. That is not more than 40% of the candidate from any one state shall be admitted in any agriculture universities particularly in one subject or category. Okay, so why we should do this exam? So obviously, first, if you want to pursue a career in higher education, you need to study more, right? And again, if you, and through this you can get some financial stability regarding your study period. That is, the junior research fellowship is at the rate of rupees 12,640 rupees per month, along with some contingency grant. And that is for some students who will have the will rank will have a higher rank, means in this examination result. And then there are also some non-PG scholarship, means NTA scholarship, that is rupees 5,000 per month. That is for the students who actually rank a little lower in this examination scheme. So basically, you love your subject, you are doing higher education, and you can also earn some scholarship for doing this MSc. So that is, I can say, a motivation for this. And as we all know, the mode of examination, it's a computer based test. Duration is 2 hours. Total 120 number of multiple choice questions will be there. 4 marks will be obtained for each correct response, and there is also negative marking. That is, if you answer incorrect, means if you mark an incorrect answer, then 1 mark will be deducted. So that is all about the exam. And if we pass this exam, as I mentioned, you can get entry to IARI, BHU, PAU, Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, Pantnagar, and several other institutes. And in your CV, it is always good to have a diversified profile. Means you are doing your BSc from UBKV, you got to do your MSc from PAU, then PhD from IRI, or MSc from IRI, PhD from some foreign institutes or from other institutes. So that way you will means see these other institutes. You will experience what they are having extra. So that kind of stuff, and many of opportunities will open up before you if you are doing the MSc from some this institutes or something like that. So that way we can means go for this ICAR JRF exam. Now the next most important thing, how to select the subject for ICAR JRF. Now in this ICAR JRF exam, there are many major subject groups like plant biotechnology, which consists of subgroups like biochemistry, biotechnology, molecular biology and biotechnology, physiology. Then there is plant sciences, comprising of plant breeding, genetics, pathology, microbiology, seed science, and plant genetic resources. Then there is physical sciences. It comprises of soil science, agriculture chemistry, meteorology, soil conservation, irrigation, agriculture physics, agriculture chemicals, environmental science. Then there is entomology and nematology, the major subject group. It comprises of nematology, entomology, apiculture, sericulture, and plant protection. Then there is agronomy, major subject group. Then there is social sciences, consisting of economics, dairy economics, agriculture extension, dairy extension, communication. Then there is statistical sciences, which comprises of agriculture statistics, computer application, and bioinformatics. Then there is horticulture, comprising of horticulture, vegetable sciences, pomology, post-harvest techniques, plantation, horticulture, landscaping, and aromatic crops. Then similarly, there is forestry, agroforestry, and silviculture. There is agriculture, engineering, and technology. Then there is water science and technology. There is home science. Then there is food science and technology. And lastly, there is agribusiness management, which offers also MBA in agribusiness management or MSc in agriculture marketing and cooperation. Now I deliberately omitted this dairy and fisheries, but there are major subject groups of fisheries is there, dairy is there, veterinary is there. So all these subject groups are there where you can in which subject group you can write the exams. Now how to select between them? Which subject is best for you? First, you need to see. One second. Yeah. First, you need to see which subject actually sparks interest in you. Means which subject you love, which subject instigates you. In the first year, means in BSc first year or second year, you got to learn every discipline of the agriculture fraternity. So then you can see which subject you love the most. So that is very cliche basically, but you need to develop an interest. So then only that subject you can choose. Say you are very good at chemistry, you are good at physics maybe, so then you can go for the physical sciences. You are very good at botany, you love the genetics, so you can go for plant sciences. Or maybe you are good at communication psychology, so you can write exam in the sociology. Then you may be having a very good understanding of statistics, those probability and that kind of stuff, so you can write exam in the statistics, you can pursue higher career in that subject. So that should be your first yardstick to choose the subject, major subject group. Then the next point, you should have to see the scope in subject. Now all of these subjects are pretty equal in their scopes, be it physical science, plant science, or statistics. But scope means you can see to your seniors, means from your university which subject is giving you more JRF holders. Maybe from UBKB last year or past many years, you are having a very good senior who are means most people are getting JRF in plant sciences. So that means you can choose that. But again, I am saying this, that should be the second yardstick. First criteria should be which subject you love. Now maybe you have a confusion between whether I should go for physical sciences or I should go for plant sciences. Then you see the scope in subject, means what of your seniors who got the JRF, means maximum person is having in plant science, then you go for plant science. But first, what is your interest, you should see to that, then you see the scope in the subject. Okay, so that way you can choose your subject. Now then the next question comes, when should we start preparing for this exam? Now this preparation for ICAR JRF, it's a long journey, right? And that needs to perform accordingly. Now first year, we don't know, when we are a first year agriculture graduate, BSc first year, we don't know a lot about these things. So that is the time when we got to know about different subjects, different faculties, different streams in this agriculture line. So we should get a concept, we should learn about all the subjects, and there you have to, first you have to decide whether you have to pursue higher studies, and if you have to pursue higher studies, which subject is your favorite. So you decide in the first year or second year, and you start your preparation somewhere around the fag end of the second year, but or in the middle of the second year, or maybe at the end of the second year. And by definitely at third year, you have to start your preparation. And starting preparation means firstly choosing the subject, and then you should not differ from the subject. Means 6 months I'm preparing for plant science, then again I change it to physical science, then again I change it to social science. So no, then you will go nowhere. First you should choose the subject, you should fix your goal, and then you pursue that goal. And obviously you have to start by the end of the second year, or by the initiation of the third year maybe. Do not start preparation in the fourth year itself, because then it will not be a sufficient time enough for your this preparation of JRF. So that is how this preparation should be started. It's a long, it's a if you want to do higher studies, if you love studying, then you have to study hard for a longer time. Hard work matters here. And how to prepare for ICAR JRF? Some tips I will discuss in this section. So ICAR JRF, first and foremost, is the right selection of books. Now in the market, there is a plethora of books available for this, for each and every subject matter. But you should always see what are the basic textbooks that you should focus on. See, for every subject, there is a good amount of textbooks are available. You study those, and those are already well identified. Like I am from soil science background, so I will tell maybe for physical sciences stuff, then the fundamentals of soil science by the Indian Society of Soil Science, that book is a standard book. So then there is a pedology book by Dr. J.L. Sehgal. So all these books are already identified. So you should study those textbooks. Now, some students, they what they do, they go for some questionnaire kind of books, suggestion kind of books, some made easy kind of books. So those books, they may look easy, but you should not waste your time reading those. You should study the standard textbooks. I'm again saying that, because uh, and all this selection, that information on the books, that is available with your seniors. You have a very good eminent faculty with you. They can help you for identifying those books. And now see, the faculty will be preparing the questions for your exam, because he will not means he will not consult those suggestion kind of books or those questionnaire kind of books, question bank kind of books. They will set the questions from these textbooks only, that you be sure of. So identifying those right books, standard textbooks, is very important. That is the first step of your preparation. Then order of reading those books, that is also important. Now, in all the subject, I already mentioned, there is a basic book which covers maximum syllabus, and also which has a very right which basically has a standard, and which is written in a very good language, well explained. So that book you need to study first. Say for soil science, the Indian Society of Soil Science book, you need to study first. Then you go for the other textbooks. Means first you study that book, then you see whatever material is not present there, your syllabus. Then you consult the other books like pedology, microbiology, analysis book, soil physics book. So means you need to identify which means this book is not having this portion of the syllabus, and that is written in a better way in some another book, and there is some other extra information in that book. So you need to read that, and you can make a note of what are the other information for a particular chapter in that other book, and you can may write those information in a paper, then insert that paper into your basic book. So for all the subject, you should have to identify, means it is well identified, you need to study that first, and that will be your main book for study. And it's all about perseverance, because you have to study again and again those books, and you should not be demotivated in this period of preparation. You need to study hard, because clearing ICHRF, there is not many shortcuts. Only hard work will get to you a good result. So you do not get frustrated. Keep your motivation on. Look to your seniors, means who have cleared JRF. Look to your faculties. Look to different scientists, and whoever is there, you just remember, they once are in your position right now. In the bench you are sitting, in the hostel you are living, they were also once in that same room or same hostel. So if they can do it, you also can do it. So that kind of motivation you should have in yourself. So then you can only complete this. Now I will discuss some tips of the preparation. Now, as I already mentioned, uh, identify the basic books, and first read those basic textbooks which have explained the principles, cover the maximum syllabus. You first read those, and followed by the other materials. Sorry for the disturbance. Am I audible now?
Yes. You can continue, sir.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm extremely sorry for the disturbance here.
Sir, kindly share your slide again.
Yes, sir. I'm trying to. It's basically hanging. The internet is. I am just doing that, sir.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for this interruption. My slides are visible, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So, as I already mentioned, first you start with the basic book. Each of the subject has one. So you start that book. You read all the materials there, and then you identify what is the deficiency in that book, means what extra material can mean. Some chapters can be uh, greatly illustrated in some other book, so you then go to those books. Then again start with the easy chapters, then proceed to the difficult chapters. Like for physical science, for soil science, you can start with means you are studying the Indian Society of Soil Science book. Then you first study the maybe the problem soils, maybe the essential nutrients chapter, but do not study the like soil chemistry or ion exchange in soil. So those are concept heavy chapters. Means if you first try those chapters right on, so then you might get demotivated. Or so first you always start with the easy chapters. Okay. And regarding your studying time, in the initial period, in the whenever you are starting your preparation, you can you study for less hours per day, like 2 hours, 3 hours, according to your comfort. But gradually increase the daily studying time. Maybe in the first 2 months you have studied like 2 hours per day for this GI preparation. But then you increase that to 4 hour, then to maybe 5 hour. So like that. And in the fact end of your preparation, in that last 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, then you have to increase that time up to like 12 14 hours, 10 12 hours a day. So but when you study start your studying that your preparation, do not go right away to studying for like 10 hours a day, because that momentum will not be permanent for your entire preparation period. So first you study, start with less hours per day, then you gradually increase. And for preparation of this MCQ exams, revision is the key. Means you read, you forget, you revise, then again you repeat. Means whenever you are reading some chapter for the very first time, you will remembering that all those stuffs. Then after some day, some 1 month, you will completely forget. But that's quite normal. Do not get demotivated by that. you again revise that, and this cycle should continue up to your final stage of preparation. Now, for the basic books, means the important books, that needs to be repeated a lot many of times. Like the Indian Society of Soil Science book for the physical science students, that needs to be revised for like 10 to 12 times. So that is important, because you need to means by the last revision, then all of that information, all those concepts will be clear in your mind. You can literally picturize in your brain where what information is there in the book, in what page maybe. So that much studying, that much hard studying is required. And when we are studying very hard for this different subjects, we often forget about the general agriculture. But that is also important, because some questions also comes from general agriculture thing. So you need to study for that also. Some books are very good books are available, maybe handbook of agriculture, but obviously that is not a handbook these days, that is very voluminous. So you can take some key chapters, some important information from that handbook. Then Kantwa's book is there, Katan's book is there. So those are very good material for general agriculture, and always focus on the current data. Current data means the cereal production data, current food grain production data, fertilizer consumption data, pesticide consumption data, or maybe some new pesticide, new fertilizer products, or maybe some new package of practices that is getting popular in the country, or people are saying about this. So this you should know. Maybe some new pest emergence, which is very important in the present scenario, that you need to know. Then some improved varieties, some new improved varieties that you also should know. And all those information, apart from these books, you can also consult the Ministry of Agriculture website or Fertilizer Association of India website. So from those sites, you can get a good idea about the general agriculture part on the current data, means current part of that. And then again, as I was again mentioning, that revision is very important, and the revision time, that needs to be decreased with each revision. Means suppose when we are first reading one chapter, maybe the chapter of this means essential nutrients, you may take around 3, 4, 5 days for finishing that one chapter. But in the last revision, you need to say revise the total Indian Society of Soil Science book in half a day, maybe 5, 6 hours. Now that is only possible if that last revision is like your 10 or 12 iteration, 12th revision. So that way you have to prepare. Means revision is the key of this whole preparation time, and thorough reading is required in mostly in the first iteration of that reading. And do not just mug up the lines, try to understand critically. That critical understanding is very required for understanding of the concepts. You study the chapters, maybe you can take a paper and you can note down your confusions, means which line, maybe line was this line you are not able to understand, so you write down that line, or maybe you just identify. In the very next day, you consult your seniors and you consult your faculty, you consult your professors, ask them, sir, this sentence here I am not understanding what it means. So you always clear your doubts. Do not pile them up, do not mug up the lines, that will not serve the purpose. You should have to know the concept and also what has been there in between the lines. So for that, critical understanding is required. So study textbooks, understand critically. Whenever you have a confusion, you have some doubt, list them and consult them, clear those doubts with your professors, maybe with each other also, your friends who is also studying with you only. So that practice needs to be there. Okay. And another important thing is mock test. Now see, whenever you are studying something, that memory forms like in the form of images in your brain, right? And in the examination center, it is all about selecting. I mean, you have all the information stored in your brain. So it's all about pinpointing the correct information, that image, bringing it to your forefront, and then answering that question. So that is a skill, right? So that is a skill, and that skill can only be developed if you sharpen that skill, if you practice that. And how to practice or sharpen the skill? You take mock test as much as possible. Now in the preparation time, in the earlier days of preparation, in the first 1.5 year, then 2-3 mock tests is you give, maybe one mock test in every 3 months or 4 months, that is okay. But in the last month of preparation, in the last 2 months of preparation, you need to focus more on this mock test. Maybe once one mock test in each day on a specific subject, means specific sub subject. Maybe means in case of soil, one day you are giving a mock test on soil petrology, another day you are giving a mock test on soil chemistry. So that kind of mock test you have to give repeatedly, and try to learn from the mistakes from each exam. Now we all make silly mistakes in our exams, right? So that needs to be clear, that needs to be corrected. How to correct them? In each mock test you will do some mistakes, and you can learn from that mistake. In the next exam you will not repeat that mistake. Now if you give like 30 to 40 mock test in that last month of your preparation, then when you will sit for the actual examination, then you will be exam ready, exam hall ready. You will not repeat any of your silly mistakes in the final exam, because all of them are already happened in your mock test and you corrected them. So you will be exam hall ready and you can give your best in the exam. Now I already said, you do not mug up, you understand. But as we know, there are some list, some data that we have to mug up, like uh, some extension program, some government of India programs, on which year they have started. Then the production data, maybe consumption data. For physical science people, maybe the c-axis spacings, maybe, or maybe name of the scientist and their methodology. So that kind of stuff. So you have to mug up them, but for remembering those, you try to make some easy lines. You try to relate them with some everyday things, maybe to the names of your friends, your family members. You can form some easy lines also. So that's how you can easily remember those list or data. I can remember in our school in history, when we have to remember the Mughal dynasty, we tried one poem, that is one, not a poem, a line, that is Babar hoilo abar jor sharilo ushol. So that means Babar means Babur, Hoilo means Humayun, Abar means Akbar, Jor means Jahangir, Sharilo Shahjahan, and Aurangzeb for Oshade. So that kind of thing you need to prepare for your subject whenever there is a data. So instead of just repeating and reading that data, that kind of thing you prepare, so then you will not forget the data or some list. And then the data or charts which had to be mugged up can be pasted in walls. Maybe the data, like maybe some these extension programs and their years, you can write it on a A4 sheet, and then you can paste it on your living room, means in your hostel room. So you need not to deliberately read that. Whenever you are passing, you are entering your room, you are moving in your room, some way or the other you will always look to that thing, means you will always look to that paper, and then by the end of your preparation those things will be remembered. You need not to make some extra effort for reading that, for memorizing that. So it can be casually seen, and at the end of the period those will be remembered, that is my guarantee. Okay. And the next important thing is discuss among yourselves. whenever you are doing a practical, maybe in a soil science practical, you are shaking the soil for phosphorus extraction. It is having like half an hour idle time. So you discuss among yourselves. You can ask your friend a question. If he answers correctly, then ask another question. If he answers wrongly, then you correct him. And in return, your friend can also ask you a question. So maybe in the dinner table, maybe in the cafeteria when you are enjoying your evening snack, you can just ask like 5 questions to your friend. So in that way, the questions, the mistakes you generally do, means the misinformation you may gather, those will be cleared in this discussion. And these are very casual discussion. There's nothing very serious that to be fixing time for this. No, means whenever you are meeting your friend in the lobby, maybe in the dinner table, you can casually ask one question from your subject. So, and I can tell you, those discussions in the exam hall, you will find those discussions, whatever questions are discussed in those discussions, they actually come in your paper. And you remember then that, okay, I have discussed this in that time. And you will remember those discussions not only for this exam, for your life. So that is a very good way of preparing for this JRF exam. And the last month is very crucial. You need to be in the zone of the studying. Means you have to talk subject, discuss subject, and if possible, you can dream your subject also. Means you see, in our mind we have so many things, so many daily things, very not unimportant, important things. But in that 1 month before the exam, do not prioritize those things. You prioritize your subject. You clear all those things. You only think your subject, discuss it. You try to remember every time what you have read, what is there, what are the different data, maybe some concepts. So think that thinking is important. Means you have to be, means if you are giving from a plant science, then always you have to be in that zone, right? So that kind of preparation should be there. Then you may create some flashcards with key terms, dates, and concepts on the front, and their definition, those events, and their explanation on the back of that card. So you can store them. You can go through those cards uh, sometime at some intervals. You should organize your notes and materials around the keywords, events, vocabulary, and concepts you have identified. And you should develop some summary sheets for the course materials of your UG. Those will be helpful for your JRF preparation. Now, whatever you have to read, means your complete preparation, basically that has to be finished like before the last 2 months. No new reading material in the last 2 months. In the last 2 months, only revision, giving mock exams and revisions. No new reading material. Means whatever you have read, you have already read. And the questions will come from that material only. You have to have that confidence. I mean, if you will read that many of things in your preparation period, so you have to be confident that no new reading, do not panic. You have identified the books, you studied them thoroughly, revised them over and over, so you are good. No new reading material in the last 2 months, right? And the last month is all about recollecting the past studied materials. Means whatever you have studied in the past, in this past 1.5 year, or maybe in your BSc time, all those things. Last month is all about recollecting those past studied materials. No new study material should be there. And some of my senior actually used to say that JRF can be only cleared on the basis of residual knowledge. Means whatever you have knowledge you gathered in the past, and what much is you retained. So if you have that heavy amount of residual knowledge, then you will have very good score. And stop studying 1 or 2 days prior to exam, because that will actually affect your this residual knowledge, right? So the means we have a bad habit actually. We study one day, the day prior to exam, very heavy studying. So that is actually harmful, not very useful in this MCQ type of questions where you have a fast syllabus. See, so the residual knowledge you need to enrich, and that can be enriched only through thorough studying for this third year and fourth year. Okay. And lastly, you should sleep well prior to the day of exam, because means I am telling this from my experience. That is very tough to do, but at least try to have some good sleep, some 5-6 hours of sound sleep. Then you will be fresh and exam hall ready for your JRF exam. So that was some tips for this preparation of JRF exam. And these examples I can now just tell for physical sciences group, since I am from soil science background. So as I was telling about the basic book, right? So for soil science, the preparation you should start actually not from the basic book. Also, you should start from the Introductory Soil Science by Dr. D. K. Das. See, because it's a book, a very easy book, we can say. Small book, easy language, lucid concept, lucid language. So that book is very easy. You can finish it by 1 month or maybe 2 months, right? And you will develop an interest. Will not get frightened by the different heavy concepts of soil science. So first you study that one. Then you go to your main basic book. Either that can be soil science and introduction, or maybe fundamentals of soil science. Either one of that can be your basic main book. Now, if you consider your soil science and introduction of the main book, study it thoroughly in the first after DKDAS. Then you, after completion of this, you go to the fundamentals of soil science, and you see whatever extra information is there in each chapter. Some information is there, so that you study. You can make a separate note. You can write some information on your primary basic book, maybe in the in form of some pages, some note, inserting some pages, or maybe something like that. So, or maybe you can consider this as your basic book, and then find in the introduction book what extra information is there. So that way you have to study in your first stage and second stage. Then in the third stage, the basic book is complete. Then you should go for all these other books and see what extra in these books, which is obviously in your syllabus and is important to you. For example, the textbook of soil physics by Shah and Shah, that book is having a very good amount of soil physics numericals. Those are very important from that book. Okay, then there is soil analysis book, some soil analysis protocols, name of the chemicals, their procedures, concepts, principles are very good there. So you can study that. Then there is the pedology book by Sehgal, J. Sehgal. So that is also very important, but that has to be studied after the basic book. Then there is the soil survey manual by the National Bureau of the Soil Survey and Land Use Planning. Then you may study 1 or 2 chapters like soil organic matter, maybe problem solves, maybe from the Weil and Brady. Then maybe the nutrient cycles from the soil fertility and fertilizer. Then fertilizer textbook, you also read that book once, because there the dynamics of fertilizer nutrients are written very lucidly, very clearly in that book. Then for general agriculture, fundamentals of agriculture by Katayan, then objective agriculture, Kantwa, those are very good books. And also the 11th and 12th chemistry, you should also study. If you are from, means that depends on your medium. If you are from a CBSE, ICSE, your 11th, 12th book, you are from a Bengali board, means our state board, then our state book is as good as the ICSE books. So that book you also need to study, obviously for soil science, means physical science people. And then let's come to the fourth stage of reading. Means all these are basically before that prior to 2 months period. In that fourth stage, these are the some books. Those are extra kind of book. Means you may not study them, but if you have time, if you want something extra, you may find something, means something interesting you find, then you can study those things from these books. Maybe a dancing manual, Chomkar manual, Koini microbiology book, textbook of fertilizer by D.R. Vishwas, or Tandon book of soil analysis, or maybe Vogel's quantitative analysis. So if you don't have time, do not read that, do not bother. But if you have time, you may spend like 2 weeks or 1 month on these books. Some means that is according to your time availability, but these are not mandatory for study. But all of this should be studied. Whatever you have to study, you study by that penultimate month. Prior to 2 months, no new books. Okay, so that is all about preparation. Now we know the nature of ICAT JRF exam is like it's a MCQ, one question, 4 answers, 1 right, 3 wrong, and you need to mark that right one. So let us discuss some tips about this clearing this MCQ exams. There is a template for attempting this MCQ exam. First, you read the question or statement very carefully. Do not hurry there. I'm again repeating, read the question or the statement very carefully. Do not hurry. Say, for example, a statement may be there, X compound may perform, can perform the following activities, options. Then a question may be there, X compound cannot perform these activities, A, B, C, D option. Now, if you are hurriedly reading, you may omit that that not part. So, and if you omit that, the meaning of your question change and you will do a wrong answer. So, calm your mind. You first read the question or statement very carefully, word by word. Then, and whenever you are reading that question or statement, you should not look to the answer, because then your thinking will be biased. You first think about the possible solution, possible answers in your head before even seeing the answer choices. Okay. So first you carefully read the question and statement without seeing the answer. You may block those answers with your hand or something like that. Then you think about that problem, make a solution in your head only. Then you see the choice, and after that, if you see the choice, no, then you have already formed some answer in your mind, and then if you see the choice, then you will know for sure which will be the right answer, right? And then obviously read all the answer choices carefully, and then you can know the right answer and just mark that one, and just forget. Do not again view that question, and then eliminate the incorrect answers. And if you know more than one answer is correct, I mean, whatever you are thinking, after the seeing answer, you can see 2 or 3 answers are you seem those are correct. Then consider all of the option. And if the all of the above isn't a choice or isn't a correct choice, then select the best answer according to you. Okay. Now, this is the template for solving one MCQ question. And that needs to be repeated for every question, starting from question number 1 to question number 120. And you have to be calm. You have to give the best shot at solving these problems. And you should start from question number 1. Do not skip the question. You may get like very hard question. First 20 questions are very hard. You are competing from like means plant science background, and the first 20 questions came from soil science. You do not know, so those are very hard for you. You do not get demotivated. You follow the same template for every question. Study the questions very carefully, think about that question without seeing the answer, then see the answer. If you find an answer very quickly, you mark that and you forget that. That is done. But if you are confused, if you do not find the right answer, you are somewhat confused between 2 choices or 3 choices maybe, so you leave that, right? You mark those difficult ones which you can't be sure in that very first attempt, and you leave that. You move to the next question. Never waste time on hard questions in first attempt. Never ever waste time on these hard questions in your first attempt, and answer as many questions as possible in the first go. Obviously the sure shot ones means you, whatever you thought, you just see your answer, you rightly that moment you know what is the right answer. So those are the sure shot questions. So that needs to be, this exercise needs to be completed in the first maybe 1.5 hours. So now last 30 minutes is available with you for the hard questions. So then comes your second attempt. You then go back to the difficult marked questions. You think about those options. You think about those options where your confusion is. You do the deduction technique. Say for example, some question is coming. This extension program has started at this year. You have a confusion, but you remember that program is started, means that is somewhat related with our independence. So you see which year is very closely associated with 1947, closer to 1947. You mark that one. So that kind of deduction technique you should apply in case of these questions. Then in soil science, we generally have 10 to 12 questions of mathematical problems, mostly from soil physics part actually. Soil physics, maybe some soil salinity part, so problem solve part. So those need some calculation, some mental exercise. So that mathematical problem should be solved in this second attempt. And do not look back on the questions once answered, especially the sure short questions answered in the first attempt. Whatever came first in your mind, you find the question answered, so that is correct. If you look back on that question, I'm 100% sure you will mark the wrong answers. Do not get confused. Now in the second attempt also, you may find some questions which you have never heard in your life. Okay, so then you again can live those questions for maybe some last 5 or 10 minutes, right? So in that 5-10 minutes, you go for a third attempt to all that difficult, double difficult questions, right? And you make a calculated guess there. Now, you may say why we should make a calculated guess. This is like it called in Bengali tukkama. So, but you remember, one right answer is equal to 4 wrong answers. Okay, so take your chances. You have read enough. You know enough. If you have studied for past 2 years and past 4 years in BSc agriculture, so you know enough, you have read enough, so you can make calculated guess. You take your chances. Means one right answer means you attempt 5 questions, you got 2 of them right, 3 of them wrong, no problem, you are in benefit. Even if you get 1 right and 4 wrong, then okay, no problem, everything is equalized. 1 right answer 4 marks, 4 wrong answers minus 4 marks, so 0, no problem. So you should take your chances, and I'm telling you, the ranks are decided by those calculated guesses. Whoever has the most calculated guess, right calculated guess, he wins. And obviously focus is the key. It means you have 120 minutes, you have 120 problems, and you need to solve those problems. That's it, nothing else matters. So that focus you need to build up, and that will be built up in your mock exams, right? And try not to take breaks in the exam period, because time is very precious in that exam hall. Time is like money, like gold in that exam hall. So that's why do not try to take any breaks. And moreover, it will break your focus, it will break your flow, your thinking pattern. So that's how you should appear in the exam and try to answer the exams. So that was the few tips for preparation and for exam. Now what after this ICRJF? First, if you need to do a PhD, further higher studies, there are n number of scholarship available in India, in the foreign countries, ICR, SRF, DST Inspire, UGC fellowship, CSR fellowship, Prime Minister fellowship, that you can apply for doing PhD, and those are very respected scholarships. Then for fund, you can also go for some funded PhD in different international institutes. Some Nehru Fulbright fellowship you can have during your PhD thing. So that way you can move higher in the higher education, right? But the entry point is the ICRJR. You need to crack that. Okay. And after the post graduation, there are 4 sectors: education, research, extension, maybe banking. First, research. Our previous speakers sir have explained a lot about R&D activities in private industries. I'm not going to repeat that. But in the government sector, agriculture research service, that is a very prestigious job. You can clear the ARS exam after doing your MSc PhD. You can be a scientist in DRDO or ISRO, maybe scientist in some community boards like Silk Board, Tea Board, etc. State government agriculture services there. You may act as a research associate or senior research fellow in some research project running in different educational institutes, research institute or government organization. You may be a scientist in CPCB, DST, CSR, etc. You may join some extension activities like as a SMS in KVKs, extension officers of state government. You may join banking services in NABARD, RRBs, maybe clearing the IBPS exam. And then most importantly, you can join the education, agriculture education sector. You can be an assistant professor in different state agriculture universities. Then you can move to associate professor, then ultimately professor. Those are very lucrative jobs actually. Then you can be an assistant professor in other government colleges, which is not state agriculture university. Those are also taking some means assistant professor from the agriculture background, like from microbiology, environmental science, etc. Then you can be assistant professor in some private colleges also. That option is also there. Then lastly, you can also go for some administrative services, maybe some civil service exam, UPSC, IFS, Food Corporation of India, Jute Corporation of India, NSC, SSC. So those kind of jobs are also there. But as earlier speaker also mentioned, higher studies you need to do, and the entry point of that higher study is ICS JRF exam. So that is how you should do it. And one of our colleague, Dr. Bipin Kumar, he is a scientist in WTC IARI. So he has one YouTube channel. So there you will find these tips what I have discussed, and also other so many tips, so many videos from different your seniors only, means successful JRF holders, scientists, all those people, their success story, their tips, their strategies. So you can visit that YouTube channel, and I think you will be somewhat you will get some useful information. And this is my contact details, my phone number, my mail ID, and you can also contact me on Facebook. So if you have any doubts, you can contact me. You should contact me, and you have a panel of very eminent faculties with you. You should ask them repeatedly about your doubts, and I'm also available for you guys if you have any confusion. So thank you for listening to me. And I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the CDC, the organizing committee, for letting me this opportunity to interact with the students and uh, giving them this talk. And I will be satisfied if 1% of the students is also benefited from this thing. Thank you all.
So thank you, Dr. Abide, for a wonderful lecture, and you have covered a vast area because agriculture is a vast subject, but you have so nicely covered the entire syllabus, entire content. So it was a very nice lecture, I can say.
Thank you.
So I invite our student. Do you have any question?
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, please. First, introduce yourself, then you continue.
So, Gotobag, and I'm in 4th semester. In our every semester, we have around after from faculty after 5.
Your voice is breaking, Shobha.
Huh? Sir, sorry.
Your voice is breaking actually. I can't hear.
You please.
You may write in the.
Or you can chat it.
Yeah, you can write in the chat box.
Okay, sir.
So, anyone want to interact with Dr. Abide? Any student? If you have any queries regarding your JRF, NET, SRF, ARS, so this is a golden opportunity, I can say. So, sir is directly face to face Anyone? Okay. So, Dr. Abide, thank you. You have taken so much pain. You have prepared your slides so nicely that is easily explainable. So, thank you from our UBKB family, and I hope that in future we'll again contact you for in a physical, in our physical meet with the students. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. So we have come to our almost end. So before concluding our session, I invite our Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Dibyendu Mukherjee, to please give the vote of thanks for this program.
Hello.
Yes.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Professor Chatterjee. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to give the formal vote of thanks. It is indeed a great pleasure for us that we had a long drawn plan to initiate this type of program. We have the placement cells that is invoked in our faculty. We had our intention to formalize the incubation center, but ultimately it materialized with the launching webinar like CDC. That was we had in our dream for long distance apart from the ICR Institute norm. And it is all but the endeavor that has been rendered by all the faculty members, the students, the authorities, and the administration as a whole. First of all, I like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Swarup Kumar Chakraborty, for his kind presence, and he is always with us, and he is very instrumental. And whatever programs like this is there, he always give his heartfelt support. So I like to thank you, sir. This year thanks is also extended to the Dean, Faculty of Horticulture, Dean, Faculty of Technology. They are always with us whenever we want to organize this type of programs with their valuable suggestions. So thank you, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the controller acting, Mr. Subhajit Ghosh. You know, without the financial assistance, it is not possible. Not only that, he is always in support of us, giving the financial advice also whenever we want to have some this type of programs. Thanks to the organizer, Professor Bidhan Rai, the chairperson of the CDC. He is always from the since inceptions of this type of program, planning and executions of this type of program. So once again, I like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Rai. Sincere thanks is also extended to Professor Kaushik Pradhan, Organizing Secretary and HR Executive Officers, CDC, and he is also very much instrumental. And from the very beginning of this program and planning and execution of the programs, he is always with us. And we had our discussion regarding the formulations of this type of program frequently. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Ranjit Chatterjee, who is member as well as the mentor of the CDC, and he is from the very beginning and formulations of this program. He has extended his heartfelt support. I thank you, sir. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Jyotirmoy Karfarma, Associate Dean, College of Agriculture, Majhian, and he's also the member of this CDC. And I think his valuable advice will be always with us for the development of this university and for the development of the students as a whole. Thank you, sir. But the 7 pillars, I will name one by one, without whom and without his active supports, without his active participation, this program would not be formalized. Dr. Gopal Shukla is the coordinator of CDC. Dr. Victor Fani is also the coordinator of CDC, whose supports and active participations since inception of this type of program cannot be measured by any means. Not only for this type of program, they are always with us, and we have seen their active participations and support, not only for the faculty, but also for the students, and that has enhanced our university's prestige to a certain level. So I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Shukla and Dr. Victor Fani. I also extend my thanks to co-coordinators and member of CDC, Dr. Shamol Shahu, Dr. Brototi Choudhury, Dr. M.K. Debnath, Dr. Manoj Kanti Debnath, Dr. Bimal Das, Dr. Shubhamay Sikdar, who are very much enthusiastic, proactive, and always with us, and without having any hindrance in their activities. They are always in supportive mode with their smiling faces, and hope that they will also give us this type of support for the days to come. So I extend my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to those young scientists and the faculties for organizing this type of program. I also extend my thanks and gratitude to our honorable speakers, Dr. Aniruddha Burman from University of BT and Evening College, Mr. Kishalay Bishwas, International Business Lead, Sumitomo Chemical India Limited, Mumbai, and Dr. Abid De, Scientist, ICR IRI, for their very valuable speech. And I had the opportunity to listen the last one that was delivered by Dr. Abid De. It was really very much informative for the students, and I think the segment that he has pointed out, that itself become one type of seminar for one-day seminar as a whole. And I think I have also discussed with Dr. Shukla that in course of time, this type of segments may be itself may be arranged for another type of seminar for the sake of the students' benefit. I thank you all these 3 speakers and hope that you will be in touch with us in the near future. Sincere thanks are extended to the partners associated with this CDC, especially NARM of ICAR for their support, and all the participants, especially the students, without whom it was not possible for us to conduct this type of program. I think they will be benefited through this program and the advice that has been given by the eminent speakers. I also extend thanks to the media partner, YouTube live streaming channel, and other partners who are with us, and hope they will be in the near future also. Anybody that has not been mentioned within this stipulated time, maybe the shortfalls from my side, but they are always with us, and I thank you once again, and also the organizing committee for fruitfully completing this type of very valuable programs. Thank you all.
So thank you very much, our Honorable Dean, Faculty of Agriculture. Now we have come to an end. So we are concluding our today's session, and I hope that participants will be benefited from our lectures. And very soon we are coming with another sort of lectures. So new personalities, and I request our student community, please follow our website and keep in touch and participate our program, so that in future your career, your higher study will be very fruitful. So thank you very much.